свою работу. Благодарим за внимание.
Уважаемые коллеги, доброе утро.
Dear colleagues, good morning. Now it's 10 a.m. So we have very tough time schedule. So let's wait for 30 seconds and we can start our discussion panel.
Я думаю, что мы можем начать.
So we can start now. Dear colleagues, good morning everyone. I hope that you have a good mood. So today you are very brave and it's unusual to invite Almaty citizens to the forum on Saturday. So my name is Gulmira Raisova. I am a representative of HR Managers Association, and my colleague is Irina Turalieva. She is from HR Managers Association. So today we have the celebrities here because they are stars. They are celebrities of their companies. They are very professionals of their field. And they are representatives of HR companies of Kazakhstan. So I think we can start our session. So we have 1 hour and 20 minutes. Within this time, we have to discuss the very serious topics on human behavior and human resources. So please, colleagues, take active participation. We will try to make this panel session very interactive. Please prepare your questions, and after our discussions, we will have time for a question and answer session. So, and the last point, I would like to know that when we talk about digitalization, I have the mixed emotions. I have fear, I have excitement, and I have worry. All of us here, the speakers also, they are the HR managers, and they will share their experience and the challenges they face during the management of their personnel in their companies. Dear colleagues, so I would like to give the floor to my colleague Irina. Dear friends, I'm happy to welcome you, and we want you to be active in our discussions. Please write your questions. At the end of our session, you will have an opportunity to ask your questions, and we are expecting that you will be ready to ask very interesting questions. So if we see any time limit violations, we can stop the speakers. So before we start, we have to clarify that if you have any individual questions, you can address to the speakers individually after the session. Now I would like to present our speakers. And Daulet Argandikov, he is a president of GSC Center for Human Resources Development of the Ministry of Labor and the Social Protection of the Population, Kamshat Bayjanova, HR Director of Tengiz Chevroil, Darkhan Bekbaulov, Workforce Planning and HRIC Manager, and Indira Ashirova, HR Director of Halyk Bank, Anar Akhmetova, HR Director of Forte Bank, and Dimash Kunaev, CEO of Omir Group, and Aysulu Urambayeva, Project Manager of TMG Petrol and co-founder and HRBI Analytic. So first speaker will present, and he is Dauren Argandekov. Irina, please, for interruption. Before we start our presentations, just colleagues, I want to have a short questions about HR innovations. When you hear the word HR innovations, what comes to your mind? Please, can you answer briefly? Don't repeat HR innovation. Yes, I think this is a tool or technology that allow us to build perfect world where a person can find a satisfactory job with satisfactory wages, and the employer can find a good professional workers. Thank you very much for your question. Let's clap for the answer. For me, I think it's the evolution of HR, the complex of actions that can lead to the increasing of involvement, that lead to the involvement of our staff. So when our staff is involved, we'll have high performance in our job. For me, HR innovation is the methods, approaches, technologies which allow companies to increase the capital and capability of the staff. Thank you very much. Yes, in order not to repeat others' opinion, for us it is the increasement of the efficiency of the staff to achieve the business goals in short period of time. Anara, good morning, dear colleagues. It's very difficult question, but I would say that for me, HR innovation is leadership and the corporate culture and the culture of innovation, focusing on the innovations and focusing on the human resources and a complex of digital solutions that allow us to optimize and increase involvement, satisfaction, and innovation. HR is all of them. Thank you very much, Aysulu. So I think, yes, HR innovation is very wide, has wide meaning. I think it is the business strategy of the company using developing the business strategy of the company using technologies. So I think HR innovation is the employees' care of employees. It's a demonstration in practice your social commitment of the business. Thank you very much, colleagues. First of all, okay, let me give the floor to the Dauren Argandekov. Thank you very much. Good morning. And good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Dauren. I'm the first speaker, and I'm representative of the state bodies. So first of all, I would like to tell about the company briefly. First of all, today we provide 50 services in social sphere, including the 48 electronic services. 30% is proactive services in the world, Kazakhstan takes place 28th place in terms of digitalization processes. And according to the own statistics, we are on 28th place in position in providing online services. And from the birth till the end of his life, we provide all kind of social services, online services for our citizens. And to be exactly saying that HR innovations, one of the key elements, ecosystems of labor market. There are 5 platforms that help our citizens to find job, to find his career, to make some electronic agreements, and even to find some subsidizing finances for their businesses. And just briefly we'll tell about these platforms, and we'll share our future plans. The first platform was launched in 2033 in September. It is named as Korea Yengbek KZ. The aim of this platform, we know that there are some disbalance in the labor market, and we need the special tools and instruments to combine them and to solve this disbalance. And we have the national system of qualifications, and our organization is one of the qualification organizations. And in this platform, we involved all stakeholders, where they meet the qualification standards that is formed by employers. And based on these qualification standards, even educational programs should be built on these programs. And the third one is the assessment parameters, assessment system. And today, educational organizations, they just give diploma, but we think that in this platform, they can really assess the skills and competences of the graduates and future employees. When we talk about the education system, they are very closely related to each other. For example, some people, they get some courses, and at the end they receive the certificates. But in this platform, difference. Let's ask the question from audience: who knows about this platform? Who knows about this platform? Are you aware of this platform? Can you raise your hands? Yeah, I like your statement. Like I said, everyone knows, everyone likes this platform. And the next platform is it is the resource and the platform which helps the people to find jobs. There is some in this platform can be provided some governmental services. You can do everything online. So in this platform we do some job fairs, and we conduct different kind of people can find different jobs, not only in Kazakhstan but also in neighboring countries. And next platform is online teaching. Today the online learning is developing very quickly, and in this platform we have 475 courses, and many of them are free of charge. And also you can upload your own courses, and in the future, in February, we would like to launch proctoring system, and the people who finish these courses, they will get some certificates, and that can help them to find job, and it can increase their competitiveness in labor market. Next platform is the supporting for businesses, name it as Business in BKZ. Next, the most important resources is HR in BK, where you can register some labor agreements, HR agreements here electronically. This is the kind of spoiler where we prepare some amendments to the legislation norms in order to make all labor and the employment agreements only in electronic formats. So we have about more than 2,000 agreements electronically concluded in this platform. Here you can download from the marketplace, and please you can check your electronic agreement with your employer in this platform. Please You can download this application on your mobile phones, and in portal we have also we provide the online consultation. You can just get answers to your questions anonymously, or register or log into this site and ask any kind of questions from our consultants. Today, about more than 5 million electronic agreements was signed here. And what about the digital twins? One of the trends, it is electronic digital twins or artificial intelligence. So we have the same things where these platforms can offer or suggest the jobs that you are appropriate for. We have also the electronic card of the family. So this is the integration of 24 electronic systems. Of course, we will protect all personal data of our users, and we have about 6.3 million families. So this platform was created to know which families has vulnerable categories, who are in vulnerable social categories. So, or somebody, if somebody lost his job, he will immediately can get announcement that he is now unemployed, and he can get some financial support from the government. So these all electronic platforms track people's careers in order to assist them, in order to help. And these platforms also allows us to create some personal data profiles. For example, the person works in one company, but he decided after a while to quit the job, and we see in our platform that he just terminated the agreement, and then after that we immediately our platform can automatically send him several job positions which he can be interested in. So after that he can just look for other jobs that we offer from the list. On the right side you can see the suggestions and demands. So from the demands part you can see employers, online platforms. So these platforms works with with the help of artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence can according to your profile, according to your competences and skills, can choose the appropriate job for you. And this is the cloud of labor resources will be accessible for the people who registered in this platform, and then choosing the appropriate job for you, you can go to job interviews and find another or new job or new positions. It means that consequently artificial intelligence even can conduct job interviews with potential employees, and then he can just even shortlist the candidates and then suggest the best 5 people from the shortlist, and then they can dial in. It's very interesting to know about your future plans, but we have time limits. Of course, you can download this mobile application. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Daulet, we will ask some questions at the very end. Thank you so much. And it's all about it's to everyone. So so please use this opportunity to ask some questions, and you can talk to our speakers once the session ends. And I'd like to pass the floor to Kamshat Bayjanova, HR Director of Digital Forum. And as we started our session on purpose to just have an overview, to oversight at what's happening at the state level, and now we are moving on to a particular specific organization. Kamshat, the floor is yours. How about the innovations in your case? Good afternoon, Irina. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. And I'm happy to be here and listening, sharing what I have to say and listening to what my colleagues have to say. Just give me a second to manage my clicker. I'll try to be brief. I wanted to start this presentation with our president's speech, as he once said that digitalization is not following the trend. It's like trendy, fashionable. It's a key instrument, key tool that helps us improve national competitiveness. And I think these words are truly do make a lot of sense, especially with all the challenges that we have had to face. It's the COVID and many other challenges, which completely have transformed the paradigm of workforce. How do people see this? All of this has led us to a digitalization, whether we want it or not. What are the global trends? It's self-service. We do understand it's not just like large businesses, but it's small business as well. All of them are switching to self-service, and they control their data themselves. It's artificial intelligence, online training. Our colleagues have spoken about that a lot. It's hybrid models of working, which include all the best aspects and elements of remote and office working, big data in HR, automatization, and obviously cybersecurity. We have mostly in our document at TCO, apart from the mission and values, we have 4 main strategies which help us form our workforce. One of the strategies is technology and functional effectivity. It means that on a strategical level, our company it's not like it should follow with the trend, but the company should be the one setting the trend themselves. So all of these challenges, obviously, they lead us to a transformation of HR's performance. It's inevitable. So I'd like to just briefly talk about the digital ecosystem of TCO in HR. In HR, it consists of 6 main parts and 4 elements that support this ecosystem. As you can see, the heart of all of our strategies, it's productivity and positivity. So it's of an employer's experience. If we had to talk about dedication, the HR strives to achieve positive and correct employer experience. And I'll briefly mention about what happened to each one of them, what was the challenge when implementing, and what are we planning to do. The main part is obviously a company of HR, and I think 99% of companies have switched to digital accompanying. When I was listening to Arman Suleiman's podcast, Asel Mashanova said that Coca-Cola Kazakhstan have implemented a digital HR employer accompanying in 2007. So it's 2024 now. I think all of the companies mostly. I think it's SAP mostly, which has mostly been digitalized. It's a digital electronic signature, and as my colleague has mentioned earlier, we have electronic digital contracts. If previously it was only signed by the top management, whereas now none of the employers will have hard copy papers. They will be signing everything electronically. The medical department is reporting to HR, and digitalization touched upon that as well. And we've launched a system called Avicenna, which fully digitalizes the profile of a human being. We have a clinic. We have a separate clinic. You are well aware that Tengiz is a huge platform. We have our own medical clinic. We have Avicenna is a great complex of a preventing, not just healing and treating a patient, but as a preventing measure. We are proactively encouraging our employees to improve their well-being and health. Second part is talent management. If we have the basis as a SAP, the interface is the workday. I know that in the Workday is not that famous and not popular in Kazakhstan. Not many companies implement it, but Workday is quite a user-friendly platform, and it fully supports talent management and TCO. It's performance management, it's succession planning, it's mentorship, it's feedback, training, online training, education, online career, and all of that is available at Workday. I'm not going to talk about the performance management because we have started our Workday from the performance part. Because our company has moved onto another level of evaluation of employees. We don't kind of judge them and evaluate, assess them. We focus on human beings. We focus on human beings and the processes. I think that's a separate topic that could be discussed for quite some time, but not today. And one of my favorite topics is education training, which is done online. Before the pandemic times, our company, 25% of our employees would use online education, but during the pandemic times, the education training has transferred to online fully. Well, right now, having the opportunity to do online and offline training, 85% of the employees choose online education. Why is that? It's not just because, it's because we have all sorts of different platforms, Bedra and platforms such as Coursera and Academy to Innovate HR and many others like this, because a platform like a Betark is a coaching platform. It gives you access to the coaches who are not only in Kazakhstan and Russia, but coaches who are located all over the world. The coach I chose, he had like a 25 years experience in who went to what kind of training, what does the CEO say, what are the news, what are the trends. So basically, what are the updates? The whole news feed can be seen through this workplace. And obviously, you can share your own news over there, so you can share something. It's such a great platform for communication as well. The next is automatization of online interaction. We use platforms such as Microsoft. Microsoft platform is like Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate. My colleagues from IT are also here. Whenever we would say, what is an innovation in HR? For us, it's moving, it's transforming to another level. When we had the kind of transformation in 2020, we fully changed our business model. We moved to agile models, and we would think, what are the competencies that we are looking for, and what is the cross-organization? Apart from leadership, technical and safety competencies, what are the skills? Obviously, it's digital fluency. As an example, our employees have trained and learned their digital fluency, and now then they go. For us, it's employee pulse survey. We do this on a Glint platform. Glint uses artificial intelligence. So day by day, it gives us great reports. But the main thing is the interpretation of these reports. I would never think that it could be interpreted, the data could be interpreted in a different format. If us as people, we interpret on the basis of our own personal units, and you are running tight on time. It was my last slide, as Gulmira has just said. What is the most difficult part? That was the challenging part. It's not the technical part. It's not the purchasing the program. We always underestimate how will people react to this? How will people welcome this? So we were implementing SAP basis. The most difficult part was for people to accept it and to train people. So the most important was change management process. It's managing the changes, because we have different generations of people working in our company, starting from baby boomers to Zoomers. If the Zoomers really wanted this digital transformation, they were excited, they were anticipating, they would share their ideas, they would encourage, whereas an elder generation really needed some kind of paper, hard copies, and they want to take it home. So it was quite hard to unite all this generation and convince them to switch to this new digitalization. So we had a very concrete change management plan to accept it all. So it was something, it would take a lot of time that we needed. So as a change management, when it's done, we would need it in a year. It was supposed to be a year, but it took us like 2 years. So we do need time to let people switch to this level. Kamshat, thank you so much. So it's one of our common goals for everyone to become digitally fluent and be able to quickly switch, use these innovations. Thank you so much for your insight. And we have seen what's happening. I think it's Chevrolet. COC. Just a second, Darkhan. I'd just like to ask a question. I'd like to address a question to each of the speakers. I have the same question to every speaker. So this question is addressed to corporate speakers who represent the company. Kamshat, I'm sure a lot of money has been invested. What about the return time in digitalization of HR? How do you guys calculate it and how do you guys think? What was it, the investments that we had? We talk about the value and the ROI. All of the HR processes, all of the HR digitalization, it is not assessed and valued in time. It's the value is in long term, is in the safety, and only then the value in money comes last. So approximately, if we were to say, let's say at the beginning it has passed, and if we are to improve it, and a person is gonna get used to, like in a year time, the person has like more of an involvement and more of an awareness degree. So obviously we can calculate it in money right away. When I talk about safety, is the most important for us, and so we simplify this work for people to have less exposure for safety. But as our young colleagues, Zoomer, they say, like, Kamshat, we do want to switch to digital because we want to support ecology. So everyone has their own interest. In general, I think the return is about a year time payback. So in money, in financial terms, it's like 3-4 months. But it does take about a year for an employee to get used to this kind of changes. How do you see people switching? I think it's a glint. How do you see that your employers are getting used to this new platform? So we previously had Glint. We now have Glint, but we had a previous one before. Glint evaluates in 6 points: its culture, its innovation, its safety, and 3 more aspects. And we look at employee engagement. If right before, the employee engagement was about 88.90%, whereas now it's like 23%. It has increased up to 91%. So let's give a round of applause to the employees. So they basically like vote. Thank you so much. The floor is now given to. So you've seen
from the news that there was several operators, and at the end, 2-3 companies joined together, merged together, and it was the merging of different cultures, different professionals with different backgrounds, and then now it was the unique possibilities to develop strategic plan. In order to do that, we should have conduct some audit. And in 2017, we asked our partners to make the cold ice review, and the results of that were the recommendations, risks, and the enablers that help us to achieve the results that we are planning to achieve. And then we developed a 5-year strategy of development. We named them people strategy. We didn't call it HR strategy, but we called it people strategy, because the people are in the main focus, and this strategy includes several key elements, and one of them was integrating HR system that cover all HR processes. And the Kamshat today told that about the wages, about the salaries. We can name it as a core HR. And the second block was talent management. It's starting from the recruitment process, training and performance management, and succession planning. So we wanted to cover both of them, the core of the HR and the talent management. But one interesting thing was identified in the process. Usually we just tried to take the system and customize it under our company's conditions, but then in order to adopt or customize the system, you need a huge staff of the IT specialists, and in case your IT specialists quit the job, it's difficult to substitute them. So that's why it is very cost expensive. And we just analyze it, how many systems we customize it and how many times we use it, and the percentage rate was not high. It's about 20% of using those systems that we customize it. And then we decided to take another unusual way. So we wanted not to customize the system, but we wanted to adapt to the best systems, on the best systems. And for example, some companies, they try to integrate the best practices, and sometimes you can make some the elements. It depends on how mature your company is. As a result of this analysis, we decided to integrate CAP success factors, and this because it was the best practices. Another decision is relating to clouds. It's difficult to change the code. For example, if you buy the iPhone, when you have the updatings, you have to update. The same with the SAP success factors. If SAP success factors want to update their parameters, you have to be prepared. You have to be adapted to these to their changes, and so that's why we understood that we will be along with these cloud solutions. During the pandemic time in 2022, we had some gap, but nevertheless, in 2022-21, we finished integrating our CAP success factors. But some HR processes were integrated, but some of them were still made by hand of human resources, and we decided to only accept or gain best practices. So there are two main slides. 70 from 40 for 70% in HR. There are the process can be easily automated, and if the person has access to, for example, to the system, they can just get certificates from the job, or they can see their salaries calculating process. So all routine work we try to automate and give opportunity for the staff itself to access to the platform and get necessary information and involved in this process. And some services can be done or provided only with the help of HR departments, because they don't have access to the platform. I think in this case, only junior HR can help and provide this service by call centers and so on. And the second level, productivity, intelligence, and experience. As Kamshad mentioned, experience is very important, because when the staff's experience and alumni experience also very important. I mean, the people who worked before in the company and they quit the job, but we can analyze, can we return him or her to the company again, and to analyze his experience in the company is very important. The second one is automation, when we automated and integrated the system. And the next level is transformation, when we change the minds of the staff, and this is the main cornerstone for digitalization of integrating AI and so on. Automation, it is saving the big data in the system, and this is digitalization will base on this automation data storage systems. And let's talk about the results in numbers. We started from performance management, and now we started from this, and 100% of our staff have their aims for 1 year. Before we didn't have any information about that. Now we know it's very transparent. We know what are the aims of our each staff working in our company. The next is the question. Yeah, I think Gulmira Boladon asked about we decreased the 30% of our expenditures in HR systems, including all software expenditures on software systems, and some systems we couldn't turn off, but some majority of systems we substituted to other ones. For example, we substituted Excel files, Excel documents to another automated systems because it takes a lot of time to create reports, and we decreased 40% of expenditures on development of infrastructural support, and the 15% we decreased expenditures on HR systems. And now some facts. We had end-to-end systems. Before we had some discrete systems we tried to integrate and pass to each other. Now it is automatically automated, and HR system is united in one platform. In the past, for example, in order to automate the performance management, we should have to buy some separate systems, and we bought a lot of several systems. But now all these processes are performed only in one by one platform, automated platform. And my gained experience about the best best practices, we gradually make some amendments in our process in order to adapt to different kind of SUC programs. Our engineers, our programmers, they perform their job according to these requirements. I think I should stop here because Gulmira Bolatovna, yes, is looking at me because I'm taking time. So just briefly tell me, can you tell us examples of changing behaviors of your staff? I think Kamshat mentioned about engagement survey. Through engagement survey, we conduct the engagement survey, and we noted that level of satisfactory of our staff was increased, and we helped our staff with the help of self-service platforms. We could ease or facilitate the process of getting some services of our staff. But nevertheless, I think we are now going towards the third level. When we have full transformation, we can achieve our results of transformation. Thank you very much. Now, next speaker is Indira Ashirova, HR Director of Halk Bank. Now, we have here the HR managers from banks and financial sector. Thank you very much. Good morning. It was very interesting content. Today's our panel discussions topics are very interesting. Thank you for inviting me to share my experience with you. So let me tell briefly about us. Halk is one of the biggest bank of Almaty of Kazakhstan. There are 14,000 staff workers in our bank. We have 25 branches, regional branches, district banks in Kazakhstan, and more than 120 management points annually about 7 million users use our applications of MAU, and our application DAU is used by more than 2 million users. So we have close cooperation with oil companies. We try to integrate technologies in our HR for facilitating our staff and employees' work. Today, I would like to share some real cases how we integrate the technologies in our organization. I always tell my team that it is very important for me the results that my staff can achieve, and I will now tell about what kind of solutions we took in order to integrate the technologies. First of all, it is about the job positions. We want in a short of wanted to to find quickly the specialists for free job positions. For example, when we make our announcement in Headhunter KZ, we do not see a lot of candidates who can be appropriate for job positions in our bank. And we wanted to look for the talents. And Kamshad asked me how you can recruit the best talents with digital skills in your bank. Third one is I clearly see that we have a lot of young generation who want to be digital, and they are digital natives, and providing the digital services, we have to also take into account our inner clients who is working in our bank. And Halk Bank is one of the first bank who joined the first UN agreement, global agreement of stable development, and we also adhere to the commitments of decreasing the emissions. We try to be, according to our commitments, we try to be eco-friendly. I mean, for example, decreasing the use of paper. So that's why all our process is going to be online. We use electronic applications for recruiting the candidates for job positions. We use the platform as a framework. Then we integrated RPA technologies. It is a robot who can place the announcement in job pages in Headhunter KZ. The robot gives the list of requirements for this job position, and he's looking for appropriate candidates according to the requirements to the candidate. And after that, of course, we limit our robots because he can open all the candidates' numbers, but in Headhunter KZ you have to pay in order to get some details about the candidates. Then our robot contact to our candidates with WhatsApp chat, and they ask about their preference. Are they ready to be candidate for the job position in our bank? And if they agree, there are some directions. Key positions. If it's key positions, our recruitment staff will continue this job. And the next part is our portal, name it as Sobes. Our young IT specialist developed it, and then we conduct interview with the help of pre-recorded audio and video interviews and questions. So we have to pay attention. We are paying attention on the Kazakh language level. We use QLink platform where we can test the knowledge of Kazakh language of our candidates. When we identify the candidates, when we shortlist the candidates, we have to show that we are very digital company. All processes, most of the processes are digitalized, and all candidates have to fill the applications, attach their documents through our portal, and this information goes to the discussion panel. So it goes to the center of making decisions, and then they also, during discussions we can discuss, even portal can give what kind of salary rate can be for a particular candidate. Also, after that, in the SAP system, we also online prepare the job agreement and job offer, and it automatically goes to me as an to HR director through Face ID or ID recognition, and then after we sign the agreement, it automatically sends to the email of candidate, and we can easily use these kind of platforms to digitalize all the process of recruiting of new candidates. And as the first day of his work, he will get through Telegram channel all necessary information about his position, about his responsibilities. We use a lot of different technologies, and it is a big data. It's very trendy. Our bank has different kind of businesses. It is retail sale. We have a quite big ecosystem. So we have to track the performance of these businesses. So we use the big data to define the performance of each branch, of each direction. The next one is AI. We are testing the AI technologies in our bank. I do some analysis where we can use AI maybe in communication process. So we are in trend. So I would say that Halyk Bank is trendy bank, which is close to digitalization. What is the period of the revenue? The systems that we spent, on which we spent our budget, we could get revenue from these systems. Maybe in some systems we bought these systems, or our IT specialists themselves developed some programs and platforms for us. What is the positive effect to HR? Yes, business is growing and the demand is growing, so we try to involve and to launch new projects. So when we some environmental ecological projects, good, it's very good. Thank you very much. Let's applaud for to our speaker. And the next speaker is Forte Bank HR Director of HR Director Anar Ahmetova.
Thank you so much, Gulmira Balatonov. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum for the opportunity to share my practice, my experience, my cases that we use at Forte Bank. So it will now be switched, the screen, the presentation. So can you turn the slide on, please? We could do a little bit of a warm-up. We, the HRs, we can carry out a warm-up while it's being switched. Forte Bank is a financial sector, one of the main players in the banking sector in the country. If we talk about the scales of the company, we have about 4,000 employees. While it's being switched. So my dear colleagues, My colleagues have shared their experience within the digital solutions that they use at their companies. And I'd just like to mention the one that the methodological based all HR processes are similar to each other, are the same. So the set of digital solutions that are being used by companies, their foundation, their essence, they are similar. But their implementation and their usage of the solutions, that's how they differ from company to company. If we were to talk about Forte Bank's experience, we have a certain complex of these solutions, of digital solutions. I'd like to highlight that the digitalization itself, its essence is not for it to be there, just to exist. First of all, for us, for the HR managers, all these data is being digitalized, automatized, and also being optimized. What for? For it to be convenient, for our employers to have convenience. This is the main purpose. So, Gulmira Bulatovna, if we were to talk about the behavioral aspects of their changes, first of all, it's the gratitude that we receive as a feedback on a daily basis from our employers, as in when they respond as to which processes are becoming much more convenient to them. So, and we think about our client experience to our employer as to what about the quality of each process, how convenient it is to use each of the what's the speed of the process. So our main purpose of an HR department is for our employees not to spend a lot of time to look for so many regulative documents, because the banking sector is one of the most regulated sectors. So our goal is to this digital process that we set ahead, the solution that we provide, for it to be from a good quality, easy to use, accessible, and quite simple and quick to use. So why do we need this automatization and digitalization? It's for us to understand as to what do we do next. So that's where I'd like to go into more detail, as in why do we need these HR solutions? There's a lot of solutions available, the ones we use, and we have the sources. So in each one of those automatized solution programs, bots, service that we use, that we provide, there's a lot of data, there's masses of data. So what do we do with this data? The data itself is about some activities, some events, some activities, some interaction in terms of an employer and an employee. So what do we do with all this data? They are all over the place and they're all in different systems. So this popular term that we use, integration. So how do we integrate? It's for us, for HRs, it's understood. It's obvious that it all goes into shape in some sort of metrics, HR, this popular HR analytics, this predictive analyticals. What do we do with this? How do you use HR analytics? When we respond to this question, we have the case. It's not just like we are there sitting at the workplace and we're being like, let me use some HR analytics and make some analytical decisions. So for managers, for my colleagues, it's like on a daily basis hygiene need when they have to look at some certain questions, issues. It's an automatic, it's automated, so that you look at the coefficient of whenever you have to make a certain decision for each company, there are some main key metrics for each organization. If we're to talk about us, whenever we need our employees to stay in our company, maybe for some other companies it's not that important, but for us it's quite important. So the set of HR metrics that each company uses is subject to is individual. So each company has its own life, own needs, and own necessities. So as a smart person once said, the goal to make the goal as an information and make the information transform it into insights. Why? It's to be able to make correct decisions and how to manage their stuff. So it's not HR managing the stuff, it's actually this local manager managing their staff, whether it's middle management or anyone else. So my job as an HR is to provide this person with necessary data, which is based on some sort of, which is founded on some sort of a basement. So I'd like to additionally talk about the challenges we have faced. We have lots of digital solutions in large companies, in small enterprises. We have lots of solutions. Everyone uses data. Everyone wants to analyze their data to make necessary decisions. So what were the challenges and the difficulties we have faced? It wasn't clear where to take what from where, the quality of the data. I think many have faced with the fact that whenever they step on some sort of platform and they hear things like the statistics are as follows, and then they hear a question like, how did you calculate this? What was the data you used? And it's also something when some departments calculate it in their own way, and then the statistics do not match. The numbers, the digits are different. So maybe they wouldn't include, like, it's practical challenges that everyone faces. So since there are so many systems, we manually consolidate the data. Did we consolidate and analyze them in a correct way? What's the speed of this data process if we do it manually? Obviously, it's an important question. It's the safety of this data. The further matter is us as the HR, we like to go into depth and try to analyze as in how necessary is this data? Do we need to spend time to do this? How will this action add value? And the human factor as well. We've all been through the period when we had some master files, when we would have to enter some data manual and then would visualize it on some sort of a pretty showcase, and then whenever there was like a mistake in typing, a typo, then the data would shift and change. So also it was impossible to form these indicators where we could, based on those, we could make decisions in 100% being sure. So how did Forte solve this issue? I don't think it's going to be something new, innovation. Many companies have stepped into this. It's structural organizational system solution. It's when the structure has a certain block. It's now trendy to call it chief data officers. It's called it data. It's nice. People want to call it data block. So, using methodological base, it's people who can manage this data correctly and help us manage and analyze this data. So the Forte's experience shows that as of right now, we have the unified database for all. We have a unified data, we have unified one resource. And how do we analyze it? We analyze it in collaboration with business analysts and engineers help us support and analyze this. So I'd like to say that for this hands-on practical experience, it's not about adding additional data. And it's not about giving so many benefits to your employees. It's about adding additional necessary elements, the ones that are necessary for your employee. So we have a line of HR showcases which has become a necessity. Why do we need all of this? It's to correctly manage it in the right way, so that I know exactly which department do I have to go to with a matter of training, and then which department do I go to with the topic of some functional corrections. So like a small summary of last year's successes. My colleagues have mentioned about the involvement and satisfaction. We do measure all of that, obviously, and this growth that is demonstrated here. You can see that how does correct HR analytics affect the company. So to finalize, I'd like to say that it's impossible to predict. It's impossible to say that we have completed the digitalization, or to say that we have completed the transformation. The world changes constantly. New solutions are becoming available day by day to make things better and optimize processes. So it's like an ongoing process. It's like an eternal process which has now become our reality. That'll do for me. Thank you so much, Anara. Yeah, we could listen to you on and on. I think we'll have the chance later. It was something interesting. You said that this data leads to an insight, and address this question to each speaker as to, let's say you did some digitalization, and what was one of the significant management insights, and what was the solutions that were based on this new data. We only have 10 more minutes left, so we are now gradually moving on to our next speakers who represent other sides. So it's two other speakers who provide solutions, who provide these large corporations with solutions. So Aysalu, obviously, she represents HRB analyst that she has founded the company herself. So she is going to talk about the data and how do they help in making solutions, in decision making. I'm sorry, I think it was Dimash we're supposed to give the floor to. Let's give the floor to Dimash. Ladies first. We had a good switch between the presentation about HR analytics to our presentation. So first of all, I'd like to tell Bulmira Bulatovna for her support, for her always, for your invitation. I'm really happy to be here at the panel session today with this famous professionals and experts. My dear colleagues, I do represent the project that we have once started. I am one of the co-founders of this project. The second co-founder is Tamila Mikulish. Many of you know her as a big expert in strategic management personnel. Leader, we have once started this project as a volunteer project. Why? It's because we had some extensive experience in training and HR metrics and HR analytics and how to connect it all with the business indicators of the company. And we've seen that the HR specialists are suffering in this area. But in terms of the co-founders and shareholders, there's like a frequent requests for digitalizations. So if we make some sort of HR changes, how does this affect my financial stability? How does this affect my business directly? And all the requirements on terms of from the side of when we do the business analytics, when we create it, we've shared it all online on our website, and we've started our education programs that we do in collaboration with HR associations. If you're interested, you can talk to the HR associations, and we've started showing this and giving free access to this. But we've noticed that the companies do have a necessity now as well, and they turn to us, asking like, can you guys help us make this board, make it friendly to HR specialists, so that we can interpret the right way and could talk to our board and be on the same page with our board. So that's when we stepped into making our HR analytics project happen. And our metrics, the slides are not moving for some reason. So what I'd like to talk about is the practical cases of these cases were in my experience, and Tamila's experience as well, as when the HR analyst, the absence of HR analytics is negatively impacting. Was negatively impacting these cases. So you can see the factors. I'm not gonna name all of them, but when I talk to you about these two cases, you can see that which of the factors and misconceptions were the foundation. The first one is the mistake in decision making when there was a crisis and then there was a strike, and the employers would just demanded an increase in salary. So the HR immediately stopped this strike, and then they agreed on the strikers' requirements. But at the end, when the HR at the beginning, when the HR met with the board and they realized that they've made a few mistakes. The first mistake was they increased the salary to all of the types of employees, to everyone. But then when they started analyzing, is that some categories if the company chooses to pay more to people, but that's only when the company has some good financial stability and indicators. However, in this case, the company has underestimated one other factor. The company knew that in the future they will have the subsoil user will be changing, the tax code will change and the tax will increase. That's how the company underestimated the forecasting. So when they started looking at as to what there will be an additional tax. So when the HRs whenever they would increase the salary, they didn't consider that all other factors that are related to the salaries, compensation, its benefits, and additional overtime if the company does have overtime. And then overtimes are increasing because we haven't given the numbers, but we've given the money. So the salary budget has started increasing significantly. So if you look at this, the financial stability of the company was kind of questionable. So what does the company have to do in the future? The company had to, can I have the slide back, please? The company underestimated the forecasting. They neglected the forecasting. So what happens in the future? Whether its financial stability is going to go down, and they are going to unfortunately have to cut the personnel. And also the other mistake they've made is they increased the salary to everyone, so to both effective and not effective, and didn't consider the trends. The classic trends, we have to attach the salary to employees' effectivity. So most effective employees obviously could have their salary increased, their wages increased, but the ones who are not effective, if they have the salary increased, obviously their effectivity is not going to grow accordingly. Unfortunately, in my experience, I used to work as an HR director in an IT company. I do know that the work labor wages in an IT companies is one of the largest budgets after the infrastructure. So if you do not manage it effectively, the IT business is not going to be effective itself. So the second case we had was in an IT company. So the board questioned as to why is the satisfaction and employee involvement is so low, because HR would launch a number of questionnaires and surveys. So imagine only 30% of this personnel only took part in this. So we went to the team leaders and started questioning as to what happened, why don't your employees take part? So that's when the leads would tell us as to, we don't have time, we are running out of time, we have deadlines, we don't need your service, we have a lot of work to do. At that time, we've created like a large survey for the boards, and we've analyzed everything: salaries, employee evaluation as to where do our developers, what countries do they work. So at the time, there was the time when something happened, and when everyone was like, "What happened?" So.
Distribution of resources, and in IT companies we have the gradation: junior, middle, and team lead. So we have the junior specialists and the middle specialists, the same number of specialists as in IT company. Junior, like middle specialists, they did the jobs of the junior specialists. So it's like when you use your Ferrari to drive to mountains or to nail down with phone. So that's why it was not effective use of human resources. All of them, they were not involved, they were not satisfied. So what the first case, in the case of first, the problem in this situation, HR specialists responded to in the short period of time, could respond, and any strike, any dissatisfaction is a big money for the company, big loss of money, finance, and so that's why in the short-term period they could manage the situation, and they could use some flexible models of they solving problems, or as bonuses, perks, and other incentives for the staffs. The second one is in detail focus on junior specialists, and to launch again the system of involvement in different way. But I will not give you in detailed information. In our Telegram channel you can find all the information in my slides. And I want just to show you the dashboard that we use in our company. And my recommendations are, when you collect the HR data, please focus on the business aims of the company. If the company's business aim is decreasing the expenditures, is one metrics, and if the aim is going to the international market, is this company has a different key KPI. So that's why it depends on the aim of the company, and then based on the aim, you can integrate the process. It's important to understand what is the aim of your company, what is important for your SD, for your company, and then you can talk, you will have a common language with your SDs. So you can go to our Telegram channel and find more information about HR analysis. And we are now also give some information in our channels. For example, here ChatGPT draw these beautiful Almaty mountains, and in our Telegram channel we are also giving information about how we use AI in our HR processes. And I would like to conclude my speech with saying that it's not possible to improve something that you can't measure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aysulu. Now, we discussed the case. Now, Dimash, the floor is yours, and please share us with your experiences and pay more attention on the cases. Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. It's very surprising that we have the full of audience inspired today, Saturday in the morning in Almaty, and I'm representative of the company who offers the solutions to industries, producing manufacturing industries, and I'm responsible for the communication, inner communications, and last year I trained in Canada, and my project was of the gamification project in virtual events, and then now, yes, how I studied how gamification can be effective for the industries, and in the Forte Bank you can see the gamification mechanic that increased the number of users with the help of this gamification process. Now, our project is Omer of our company, new project which is focused on the manufacturing industries. So this is the concept, new concept, which is named as Industry 5.0. This concept was integrated, and also we have the Index 4. It's about big data, industrialization, different kind of informatization systems, but in this progress you can see where is the human. Don't we forget about human. And we have 15 years experience, and when we saw on site that in many companies the directors, for example, we can take the case of ArcelorMittal, how poor was the attitude of the management to their staff, and so how we can just solve the problems of inner services, provide inner services for our employees, and mainly this we focus on the head offices. These systems or digitalization is integrated in head offices, but unfortunately for the people who are working on places, they are not digitalized. The processes are not digitalized, or they still use paper-based documents and so on. But the big problem with in offline part, it is the inner logistics of the company, where you timely should provide with all necessary equipments, protective clothes, food, and so on. In the process, it is clear that communication, inner communication, it takes too long time. And in some situations, for example, in winter time, because of this too long communication, people have to use the summer clothes. So that's why I think it's high time to change their system as a model, as we did the center of the providing service for population. We do this in the same system. We, for example, train the people who will work in reception with people, communicate with people, so people can go to the very beautiful warm office. Even in the office, they can go to feed them, where the tailor can just take the measurement of the person's size and then prepare the special clothes for their work. And then we want to have such kind of modern service points to make it comfortable and easy providing the service. And we can add also here some HR services. As our colleagues told, there are some self-service systems, or there are the services that are provided by the managers or senior or junior managers. So we are doing this kind of concept, and then in a way we have to invite the people and give them a special uniform, which is important for their work, and then inform them about the processes. And you can see here we not only announce people, warn about, invite the people to the office, but we can also see the individual profile, online profile of the worker, what did he get from the storage, where in which base he's working now, and we can analyze all information, data about the employees, and the motivation program and expertise that we have here, and the gamification in manufacturing industries that can you do. We have the leaderboards levels and the shops where you can use virtual mega shops. Gamification has a good positive effect for the staff, for employees. And here, when you can conduct the survey of your people. Dimash, can you just go to the cases and the challenges? I think the challenges were that we solved it with the help of the center of providing service providing centers. Is we could decrease the time of providing services, and now 7,000 people in the Kazakhstan gas companies, they have provided services in the service providing centers. And the Kazakhstan company startup, we are ready to try to experience the pilot projects because here we have some demand from the personnel to improve their the process of servicing, and so I don't have time for the cases because we are now going to start the next session. Thank you very much. Let's applaud the speakers. It was interesting presentations. My question is for employers. Yes, data. You mentioned about data management, how they are important, how we should collect the data. Can you give some examples in your real cases where you used these personal data and made some management decisions based on these collected data? Indira, I don't know to what extent HR take into account the motivation. In most cases, oftenly the data are collected from the business itself, but in Halak Bank we concentrated on our company, and in HR we see the all business indicators and the data, and I have a clear understanding of what to do in order to increase this analysis of data helps us. Are the KPIs achievable or not? So can we make some like the correlations between our expenditure and revenues? Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I can share my experience in engagement surveys, satisfaction surveys of our staff. At the end of the 2022, involvement of the survey were about 72% of the staff involved in this survey. And thanks to due to the analysis and all measures that HR department initiated in 2023, 89% of our staff took the satisfaction survey. Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to say that there are a lot of cases, but one of the cases we have the workforce analytics models that allow us to benchmark with other users of these products. And there are a lot of companies who use this same system, and we start to understand that the particular KPI can cultivate corporate culture in the process of the company's work. For example, if we say the recruitment, if we demand the recruitment, decrease the time to hire the new employments, they will do it quickly, but the quality will be poor. So they will not hire the high quality specialists. And secondly, so we have to understand KPI, the higher borders and the low borders. For example, when we, take the blood analysis, they all the time they should be the norm. So that's why all the time in HR analysis we have to set the benchmark, and we have everything. The process should be in the middle of this process. I mean within these benchmarks. So if we take the benchmarks, we have to understand which norms are available for us and appropriate for us. One of the examples is combination of data and analysis and the feedback from the employees. It is the survey where people start talking about the surveys, their feedback, and analysis demonstrated us that our main stakeholders, they are our employees, inner employees of the company, and the HR showed that our HR program seemed to us that we have the best HR systems, but for young generation, our HR systems or systems of satisfaction survey identification is not so effective. So that's why we decided to make the well-being strategy, where we review all our programs and to try to find the median of the program in order to adapt it to all generations. And the last of our speaker, what about the governmental bodies, governmental agencies? Yes, of course, in the government there are a lot of indicators. For example, we are talking about the job creation, job place creation, and information system allows us to see the real facts, and we try to join this without any hand job. We could automate all this process, the involvement of the employee's salary. It can concern the security of the job place. Everything was automated, and we can see the real facts and how these programs can affect to the budget of investments. Yes, this is the automated KPI. So dear colleagues, this is a very huge and wide topic. So that's why, on behalf of you, I would like to thank our speakers for their for their professional job and for their achievements. I would like to. So it was, for me personally, it was, they were very interesting presentations. Who registered in HR associations? We will send all presentations of our speakers to your emails. You can see also on our website. Colleagues, thank you very much once again. And the next session will be started in a few minutes.
Просим вас перевести телефоны.
Would you please turn your phones into a silent mode? We are about to start the forum in a couple of minutes. Thank you for your attention. Dear participants, please turn your...
Режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Уважаемые участники, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим. Через несколько минут форум начнет свою работу. Благодарим за внимание. Уважаемые...
Коллеги, добрый день.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'd like you to please take your seats, and we are about to start our session in 30 seconds a minute, investment into digital economics.
Testing, testing.
Коллеги,
My dear colleagues, let us now start. I thank you all for being here at our panel session. Our session is dedicated to the investments in digital economy, and as we understand, as we know, for the development of our digital economy, we do need key three factors. It's bright ideas, talented people, and resources to make these ideas come true by our talented entrepreneurs, talented engineers. And today, on our first panel session, we've already discussed the HR matters and the employers and staff and human resource management matters. And at our second panel session, we are going to discussing, nonetheless, a second important element for the digitalization development and the development of an innovational part of our economy is the financing. And the starting point for our panel session is going to be the first part in the is the first block in developing the chain is the venture financing. Let me first introduce all of the speakers that we have today. It's Abdrahmanov Murad, our very well-respected venture capitalist who's been investing into our young innovational projects, companies. The next speaker is Talibayev Marat. He is also our active participant of our venture ecosystem. He leads and manages, he is the founder of Activat VC Foundation. The next speaker, the following speaker, is going to be Alexander Krylov. I'm sorry, I might not be naming all of the speakers in their correct order, but Alexander Krylov manages the Center in Yakutia, for Innovation Center. He manages the Innovation Center in Yakutia. The next opinion is going to be presented by the ENG corporations is Magoya Skakov, the CEO, GSC Business Technology Services. And after that, we will also be so happy to listen to our foreign guest, James Stan from Quest Ventures, to voice his overview in terms of international global investor standpoint to the matter of digital economy and support into financing of the sector. And first of all, I'd just like to start by discussing with our very well-respected speakers and with the audience. The first question would be the roles of venture capitalists for the development of the digital economy. And what is the current status of the venture ecosystems development in our country, in our region? What are the problems? What are the chances, opportunities for us in the future? So the floor is now given to Murat Abdrahmanov. Can you please turn his presentation on so we can all see it on screen? Good afternoon. I'm not gonna stick to my presentation. It's quite brief, so I'll just add in my own words about what's happening on our venture market. It's at its initial growth stage at the moment, so it has already formed more or less. The whole ecosystem, all of the elements are present. We have about 100 startups, tenth and a decade, about 100 angel investors and foundations. And what we see right now, what I see, I've been doing this for about 8 years now. In my portfolio, I've invested about 50 projects. So what I can say is that I see in the past 2 years on the market, there's quite significant breakthrough, significant growth of our founders, of our projects. It's a complete new level that we have now reached. So the level is quite globally competitive. So in this regard, I'd like to mention that the main challenge that we have on the venture market is the absence of financing, is the lack of financing. If we're to talk about finance, if we're talking about the finance on PCD, the angels and the founds are pretty much managing, but the CD is a bit more challenging. But if we were to talk about the companies that are on the next stage and they raise more than $1 million, that's a problem, because we just simply do not have this kind of institutions for financing. So I just call for the government to create this kind of foundations, funds, because we do have all of the elements of the ecosystem necessary that have been formed. We just need to add a little more budgeting. We're lacking about $100 million. It's not that much, actually, to be honest, for the country. And obviously, it's like a total amount. It's states participation could be like about 50%, and the private and corporate financing will add up to the lacking 50 million. So that would quite significantly speed up the development. It is actually already quite quick in development, but still, I'd just also like to highlight the fact that the corporate venture because it is now still at its very, very initial starting stage. It's very underdeveloped. It's almost there's no development at all. There are some quite not very successful attempts from some companies, but that's it for now. There's nothing, no separate departments that are dealing with this, no gardens. So the companies try to do something independently on their own. But it's not always happening, because you can see, especially in the banking sector, what we see is we've had this great case on the market. Everyone knows the IPO Kaspi on NASDAQ. It has been successfully carried out. This has really sparked interest to this region. It's like a celebrity unicorn now. And we have something to be proud. So this decacorn has completely changed the fintech market rules and regulations, and we see in the past 3 years it has sharply increased. The quality has significantly grown of the quality. Other banks' quality has like risen in a great way. So all of these banks are now building their separate ecosystems and trying to make it all independently. I think it's the problem of a growth that the market will survive, I hope. So the same could be said about other corporations that we have that should be actually building their ecosystems, such as telecoms and other large companies and enterprises, to increase the evaluation and the value of these companies. So I think that's it from my side. I'd like to add something. I'd like to say that apart from that, there will be a foundation of the funds, or fund of the funds. There will be. It's great. It's important to attract international investors to the region. So this process is actively moving forward. So we do have these active players as 500 Global Sturgeon Capital and other foundations that are closely watching our startups and are quite interested in investing into them, and which do match the whole scale and the volume of the market. So, okay, now let's move on. Let's keep on the topic of development of venture system. I'd now like to pass the floor to Telebaev Marat, and Marat will tell us about what is the role of startups collaboration with the corporations. What kind of role could that play in development of our startups, to develop our projects, and overall to increase the level of digitalization of our economy. So Marat, now the floor is yours. Can we have the clicker, please? Good afternoon, dear friends. It's such an important and very good topic, the one we're discussing now. So Murat has mentioned it already. I'd like to continue, add on that. And Astana hub and government's participation and private accelerators, university accelerators, and so on and etc. We have managed to create the first plankton, if we can call it like this, the first seeds of startup industry. We do have quite many startups and at the same time many business angels and foundations that invest at their initial stages. So we've learned to kind of grow the potato, but we still haven't learned how to sell the potato that we grow. So we invest at the initial stages, but what happens next with the startup? So we're not talking about the IPOs, but about its further resell to a strategist or to some bigger funds. So this block is a little absent in Kazakhstan, as Murat has said. So I agree. I think one of the most and strongest players is on this stage of development of startups. Because after that, it's not going to be a startup anymore. It's going to be a large company. It should be corporations. This huge, large industrial corporations that are going to. This is what my presentation is going to be, as you can see on the slide. So I'm going to say something very straightforward. It's in a quickly changing world. The one who wins is the one who is first at technology trends and implementing all the newest technology. That company is going to win, yeah? So just look at this screen. What do the left-hand side companies are? How do they differ from the right companies on the right side? All of them are quite famous, but on the left-hand side are the companies who have gone bankruptcy actually, and some of them are in a very negative state. On the right side, you can see the companies that are leaders in the industry. I'm gonna mostly talk about the industrial companies because mostly my message is turned to them mostly. Companies on the right-hand side is the ones who are always at the front side of R&D and implementing new technology and innovation. Please look at the statistics, the numbers. Large companies obviously are doing R&D, research and development, constantly looking for new solutions, new technologies for organizational, for business operations, in everything literally. Have a look. 100,000 employers of large companies are only in one R&D development. $1 billion are being spent.
So no ideas, new ideas and new solutions in the activities, in the businesses. So it means that those who did it, they are there doing good job. They make some investments. It's everything is good, but due to today's current situation, current changes, doing this that I demonstrated before, it is not so cool because all modern big corporate companies, they are now doing new strategies of finding new ideas. It is cooperation with startups. What are the advantages of cooperating with startups? First of all, you do not need to create departments and spend a lot of money and hiring staff and making them to create some ideas. But by collaborating with startups, you can get some new ideas, and startups, they will cooperate with you and help you. Sometimes for example, as a manager of the company, all the time, if you criticize your staff, it will have a negative effect on you. So that's why startups, they are very flexible, they are quick, they are full of ideas. I usually talk to many entrepreneurs, and it is very difficult to change their psychology because they are thinking as a corporative management, an industrial way. If they have a new idea, they usually say, so they will just, their ideas are not so wide, so not trendy. So that's why I try to explain them. This way of working is not good. Today, the world is startuppers' world. Startupper is testing the hypothesis of the idea with the small steps. For example, with the trials and errors, you can test the idea in order to achieve good results in your idea, in implementing your idea. It's a completely new, different approach. And for industrial companies, it's very difficult to change their ways of thinking. So when you cooperate with the startups, you can change your meaning. Startups, they say, do not build big factories. You can start from the small one and try to do it. If they give you a good result, then you can go to the larger factories. Next one, corporations can invest in startups and then became as an stakeholders of big companies as Google and Amazon. And as for your reputation, the reputation of the companies is very important in the time of information digitalization. So that's why when you cooperate with startups, you position yourself as a modern, technologically oriented companies. So, and then you can gain a good image among your customers, among your clients. So technological, we have some technical problems. My clicker doesn't work. Yeah, next slide, please. Yes, why startup is beneficial to cooperate with the corporations, with companies? It's in terms of financing. The more important thing we can see here, startuppers, yeah, they can prove my words. It is the access to the big data of clients, customers. If you have partnership with the companies, you will be integrated into their databases. So, and access to the technological resources, expertise and experience in the particular field, because the companies, they have more experience. And for the new startuppers, it will be very beneficial. And marketing and promotion. So partnership with the huge industrial companies will open a good opportunities for startuppers for their future development. Please, next slide. The next one, the next. So now you can see that why I'm telling you, it's the world trend. If you take, for example, such a big companies as Siemens, they do not invest just to startups. They create the whole programs. They allocate the budget to create the separate programs. For example, Next 47 company. Next 47 will work with startuppers. They will integrate the startups. They conduct different kind of contests among startuppers. So this particular department within the company was created to cooperate with startuppers. The same job was done by Watson, IoT, Sinoleap, Horizon X. So this is the whole department that work with the startup cooperation. Next, please. And please look at the good examples when the big giants invest in startups and they purchased some assets and shares of the startups. And our Kazakhstani industries should take some advantages from this experience. We try to explain the industries that cooperating, being partner with startups, it is a very advantageous, but they do not take it serious. They do not take startups as serious partners. So look at world giants do the job. I mean the partnership with startups. And the last tense example, Kaspi, the Kaspi, Freedom Finance, also they started partnership with startups. And let's take the BI Group construction company. They also conducted the contest among the startups, and they choose several startups. One of them is Smart Remote. I like this success story. The BI Group invested in this startup, and they developed their product. And now, at first, BI Group pursued the aim. They wanted selling their flats in new houses. Many the owners of the flats, they start decorating their flats, and then this startup Smart Remote promise the decoration of the houses and flats very in quick time, short period of time, in a high quality. So that's why they decided to cooperate with this company. And the BI Group didn't merge with this company, but they have some shares from this company, but they are working together in the construction market. And then BI Group can collaborate with any construction companies, building companies. The next idea is even the companies decided to be trend with the startups, it is very big job. Somebody may think that venture capitalists is, as we with Murat, we are here, startups approached us, but it is just the beginning of our job. But the routine work of cooperating with startups is huge. For example, the colleagues, the big giants, do a lot of job. They review 1,000 startups a year to find the brilliant ideas from among these startups in order to grow these startups into a high level. This is a huge job, and it's not easy to choose the good ideas from startuppers. So my message in this regard is, so do not invent a bicycle. Do not create some new departments. Just cooperate with the venture investment companies, business angels, as Murat mentioned, and you can be a partner with us and set a certain objectives. For example, you have a company, but you want to improve this side or another side of your company, or maybe it's regarding HR or other spheres, or it's a job security. Just set an objectives for us, and as a venture investment company, we will help you. We will cooperate with you, so we can elect special startups for you, and then you can choose the startup that can be beneficial for your company. We can just save your expenditures, human resources, and eventually it's our profession. We are good at this sphere, so that's why we can do our job better than you. So that's why cooperating with us, companies can solve their problems. So particularly, I would like to offer the services of our company. We have been working since 2014. We reviewed 1,200 startups, and 450 startups passed our due diligence, and now 24 startups were invested by our partner companies. Next one. So, what are our services? We are looking for the startups. We can select the startups for you, for your company, and we prepare them how to communicate with the companies. So, if you were in our company, there are a lot of the startups who cannot communicate properly with the companies, with investors. So that's why we train them how to communicate, how to negotiate with big business companies. So these are our services that we can provide for companies. Thank you for your attention. I hope that my message is clear and you will take into account my experience. Thank you for your experience. Thank you for your job. You are connecting startups with the companies. So, and from my side, as a venture capital representative, I would like to say that it is very important for us when we analyze the projects. We want to see the potentials or future potentials of the startups. So, to see the big players in the market who can integrate themselves into our company or be a partner in our company. So the next speaker is Alexander Krylov. He's a director of the Corporate Relations and Innovations Development Fund of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia, which is Russian Federation. So he will tell about the connection between startups and companies. He will share his experience and knowledge. Good morning, good day, colleagues. Can I have a clicker, please? So, first of all, I want to start. I would tell about the brief information, why we are working with the startups, with companies. We make a lot of efforts in IT sphere. In the Republic of our republic is one of the biggest territory in Russian Federation. We have 1 million population, and we have the most expensive petroleum price in Russian Federation. So GDP here we are in 8th position, and we are #1 in diamond mining, and all oil companies, mining companies, they are working in our region, in Yakutia. So we are leaders on gold mining, coal mining, and we are on the 3rd position on the film making in Russian Federation. So we can see 11% of the people, they are in the mining sphere, working in mining sphere, and we are not satisfied with these figures, with this percentage, and I would like to know that we are on the 3rd position in filmmaking after St. Petersburg and in Moscow. We have one of the biggest filmmaker companies in our region. So also we were also one of the biggest IT exporters in Russian Federation, but now, and because of some situations, we are not the biggest IT exporters. So the region invests in STEM education a lot, engineering, biology, and chemistry, and I faced a lot of people whom I studied at school. After, for example, you get the good degree in the region, you can be or civil servant or you can go to mining industry. But we don't like it because a lot of my classmates, talented my classmates, they are now working in Google companies and other IT companies. So what happens in result? In our republic, we can't develop our talented people. We cannot diversify our economy, giving the stability to our economy. 5 years ago, our team had training in MIT University. So, and then within this project, within this program, we developed the strategy of development of ecosystem. And we are implementing the strategy within the framework of MIT. This is the opportunity to develop the ecosystem. There are 2 frameworks. It is the first one, involvement of the stakeholders, and the cornerstone of it is the entrepreneurs. And we create the platform for dialog, platform of educational sphere, risk and capital, companies, and ministries. And we measure 2 indicators. It is the innovativeness of the startups and ideas and entrepreneurship. If these 2 indicators are high, that the region will have the opportunity to create something big, IT products that can compete in global level. Of course, there are no success criteria because who created the copy of the Silicon Valley, we can understand that all people who studied here in the republic, eventually they changed their job in Silicon Valley. So that's why we mostly work with the companies. For example, the big companies, mining companies who in our region, yes, they can tell that they are ready to work with us. They are ready to build social objects like schools, clinics, and other infrastructural buildings. But other way, we can also understand that it cannot itself diversify our economy. So that's why we know that we should involve the talented people who can implement their ideas. So we decided to see what kind of tasks, technical tasks they can suggest us, and with the help of talented personnel, we can solve their problems. The big companies, usually who work in our region, if they are oil and gas companies, they have their own research centers, they have their own IT integrators and big complexes, and it's very difficult to get access to them. But we try to involve them to our projects. We try to communicate, negotiate with them, and see what is happening inside the company, and then we come to the manager, for example, but they prefer to take the other big IT integrators companies that is very famous in the country, and they are convinced that if the big IT integrators cannot solve their problems, how the young talents can solve the problems, these challenges. So that's why I think their way of thinking is different,
So they do not have the product. They want to do MVP. They want to do interactive approaches, and because of their conservativeness, everything works a little bit like according to the deadlines with a project approach. They have the main KPR leaders. The main KPR indicators is the timeline and the time that they request to develop this product. And in general, even if we have agreed that we like each other, the guys were liked by the corporation, and then we invite them for a corporate competition, we have this corporate procedure. Some state companies say that we have like government supplies, we purchase through the government, and that's where everything becomes quite complicated. How did we overcome this barrier, let's say? We've come to a company, we came to them and we spoke. We told them about our IT residents that we've been growing for the past 5 years, and during those 5 years we've had quite good teams, and the ecosystem has developed quite well. So as a fund, first in Russia, we've started using auction approaches as first in Russia. I'll add to my previous speakers, corporations and interests. Not always the founders have to go to the investors. So we do this kind of procedure when we purchase the right to have represented the startup when we speak to the investors. So the amount could be like about $100. So that removes huge risks regarding the shareholders, and it gives us the right to act independently, and we are not impacted. Anytime we could turn into this auction into a share or resell it to another investor. So that's a great experience that we have, and it's being now copied by quite a lot of venture investment companies that work with small companies, and we are very proud of it. So what have we come to with this? We've agreed with a large mining company, first of all, that they invest some sort of money into the fund. We've agreed on the management level, who is not an IT person but does understand our mission and wants the Republic to develop not only in the mining area. With the IT corporations management, we've created a special committee where many IT directors responsible for this department come to this committee, and in collaboration with our residents, they put up this project for consideration for financing. So the main idea of this corporation, I am in Kazakhstan. I hope the Russian tax system is not, tax people are not listening to me, but so it's quite kosher. The whole process is quite clear and quite transparent. So what do the corporations receive? They have a chance to come and see us, and bypassing some areas, they have a chance to purchase some sort of projects. So it might not be like a large procurement. So, but the way they do it is only through our residence, which is located in Sakha-Yakutia Republic. So there was some sort of collaboration in terms of IT corporation. Obviously, they do work with the Moscow companies, and working with the regional companies, weren't really looking into that. But once the first project kicked off and it was successful, we had like a little queue build up to visit us. And we're now thinking into what kind of projects should we invest in, and which ones should we we should not invest in. So also, what else is important? We first wanted to keep the motivation of those small IT startup companies, and we've agreed on the following. The kind of product which is going to be developed and created, exclusive rights are going to belong to the startup. The corporation gets non-exclusive rights on the beneficial conditions. Let's say they have like about 1,000 rubles, and the fund invests into creating the startup, and the investment comes back only if the product was commercially successful. It's quite a successful mechanism, because the corporation's management have a chance to understand what does work, what could they do, and they know that they could go into risk with us. When they collaborate with us, they see that this project, our residents, they know that if the product is going to go out well and they're going to try hard, they will be able to sell this project on the mining industry. And us, as the fund, we kind of retransform our financing. If everything goes well, everyone is benefiting from this. We have about 4 projects right now. 2 of them have already been completed, and the remaining 2 are almost there. Let me just demonstrate. The first project that we launched was the monitoring of aviation engines. The airline has faced a problem that the soft that they had, which was supposed to meter the telemetrics from the engines, it didn't work. The guys did it, and they made it come true, and they now sell it to a Russian market. And the first sales are already taking place, so it's not like large, but the processes that we have, basically this soft is being sold quite well. So the training system for the staff with the SCORM's standard support, the digitalization of the open pit and mine site technology done by the company called KIT, and the Siberia project is our flagman for the one who received a lot of investment. And what it does a mammography by using artificial intelligence. What they've received from us is there was like this medical center, this health center of a large medical corporation, and their employees, in collaboration with us, they invest all of their experience in medical area into this project. Basically, the doctors share their insight, and the IT guys create a tool that helps identify. So they now have a queue lined up from investors, which shows that this project is very in high demand, and what they're doing is right. So our expertise on artificial intelligence belongs to these guys, and in the upcoming future we plan to create a lab which uses artificial intelligence. If you look at the right-hand side on the screen, you'll see that for us it's important to have an IT company which is above that. We should be creating innovational projects, innovational things and tendencies. Let's say for the past 5 years we've been creating a foundation of IT, and we would involve students, high school students, and we had many of them, whereas the next 5 years is about creating R&D opportunities for them, which will help them facilitate technological advantages to take up a certain percentage of the market and become experts and export their products and become the champions. I think I took up too much of your time. Thank you so much for such a detailed presentation. My question is to address to my colleagues, to Marat and Murat. Yeah, in Kazakhstan we also do have a program by Tech Garden. The framework of that, how our mining companies allocate a percentage of their revenue. And in Yakutia, it was done through an MKO, and it happens so that the colleagues go there and try and convince the companies to allocate some sort of a certain percentage of the revenue to this fund. This is being done in Kazakhstan, by law, it's compulsory on a state level when each company has to allocate a certain level of their revenue to this kind of fund. I'm not sure, Marat and Murad, have you guys invested or have you guys looked into this kind of some sort of projects for our industry? I do understand you have lots of B2C projects, but in terms of B2B projects, do you have maybe you have some projects, potential projects in your portfolio that could be quite successful in terms of usage? All of this in our X0 industry and transports, in logistics, in mining. Just could you please just share your overall overview, and where could these kind of projects take part in financing from Tech Garden? I do understand there's a committee, there's a competition, but I'd like to understand as to are there any sort of cases when the venture capital has invested, but then all of that could have been used in could be used in a large corporation. First of all, let me thank the representative of Yakutia. It's very beneficial and interesting. It's a great case that Tech Garden should look into this closely. Unfortunately, I don't see anyone from Tech Garden here, but I'll make sure to tell them to please look at it closely because it's quite an important topic for us. We do have this allocation of the money that goes to these funds, but to be honest, I have no idea where does this money go to. But it doesn't really affect the venture industry because the money that's being allocated is quite significant, you know. But I do have a company called Faceplate that was awarded just like yesterday. It got an award for an ESG Innovation Award. The company built a platform to manage energy assets in Kigok. We did have experience of working with Tech Garden. It was not very successful, but we've refused to collaborate with them. The Tech Garden's policy in this area is actually a little bit toxic, I would say. And I do think they have to take Yakutia as an example because Yakutia was able to bypass these challenges and some, what is it called, problems. Because it's not easy, this path, but the model that Yakutia uses could be perfectly used in our country as well. We've been developing Faceplay for the past 3 years using only private money. There is no corporate money, no state money, and it's actually not right. It shouldn't be the case. Government, the state should be taking part in developing this because it's critically important for us. It's necessary for us. On a national soft, we will have this usage of all the energy resources, so we will be independent in terms of it's quite cool because this kind of a product that it's competitive on a global market with Schneider Electric's products, ABB and etc. With this kind of products, you know, the country should be and should be proud of this. We have another project for mining. It's a Kyrgyz project which is called Dalon. They provide new kind of POs for the whole mining industry because we do ask them as in, are you guys going to be able to then integrate into corporation? That's quite questionable, and that's why we are holding on this. We did have some incidents when the startups went to integrate with Kastsync or SSGPO, for example, and etc. Then we are going to be proud with this, and it will be like an impulse to. It will be like a breakthrough. It will it will act as a hope for other startups. So let's hope for this. Okay, now the floor is now to going to a representative of a corporation, which we have been discussing for quite some time. So now the floor is yours, Magayo Iskakov. Can you please tell us about what's happening in your corporation, investment process in your company? How does investment strategy is being built into that digital industry within the corporation, and what are the factors? What factors influence that, and what opportunities does that open for you when you implement this strategy? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, guests of this forum. I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum as well. The level of this forum is of the participants, the level of interest and involvement makes me happy. I'm really happy to see this. Obviously, all of the new information, all of the new technology that we have, we're living in the times, in the ages where things are developing, or in the age of technology, so I'm happy. I believe these kind of events should be actively done. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Can we have the presentation on, please? Good afternoon, dear my fellow speakers. I'm really happy to be here and to welcome everyone. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the organizers of the forum. It's done on a very high level, and for the opportunity to be here and be part of this. It was quite interesting for me to listen to my previous colleagues, and actually, to be honest, the organizers have kind of decided to organize some sort of a battle between the corporations and those companies that are interested in venture investments and in attracting startups. And I believe the intentions were quite good, because within the new in the new era, the corporations are facing quite serious challenges. As an IT manager with a 25 years experience, and half of my experience I've dedicated to international companies where the corporate culture, the corporate processes, corporate rules are truly in the first place, and they do inspire people, but at the same time they have a bit of weaknesses and their disadvantages, I'd say. So also in ERG company, where I have worked for about 13 years, obviously this corporate culture is quite different. People are being inspired, people have this corporate values and corporate rules, but at the same time there is like these disadvantages that are quite natural, because they don't let the businesses develop. Because my colleagues previously shown what are the pros and cons of these corporate cultures. You can see that the corporations have limitations in financing, in resourcing, and it's all being limited by some barriers, because sometimes new ideas are hard to test, to try, to launch, and also they're limited by their internal resources. Sometimes the resources that they have do not always develop, or don't even develop the way they were supposed to. So let me first show my presentation and talk about that. The presentation that was prepared to introduce the audience to what does the ERG do. So this is I think there's no need to talk about ERG in Kazakhstan, because basically it's like something very obvious. We do very well known your significant role in country's economy. If you do have a chance to please focus on the matters of investment in digitalization and some key moments that you'd like to about all the results, what are the opportunities, we'd be really thankful if you could just share your opinion, because at the end I'd like to spare some time for questions and answer session to have this lively discussion. Thank you for your note, Andrei. I'd just like to show literally a couple of slides to share about what ERG does in Kazakhstan's economy. First of all, what is it? It's the third of Kazakhstan's.
It is one of the biggest railway companies, and ERG's contribution to the economy of Kazakhstan is huge, and integrating the new modern technologies in terms of digitalization and transformation. IT companies, our business and technology service own company, helps us to digitalize the process. What is the BTS? BTS is the company that was created to implement SAP. Not only integrating the SAP, but it was the very first business transformation in Kazakhstan in large scale, with the help of which we went up to the new level of the effectiveness of business management and process automation of the business. And of course, we had some gap and pause in our process. Then BTS has started involving all IT processes, and now BTS became a center of shared services, and which is based on the IT products, and by time passing, so the business rules are changing. Now we are additionally hiring a IT team, which is starting from the producing companies, IT companies, and we are focusing on 5 competencies, where we have 1,000 workforce who create the information systems, IT products for our customers, and we have 9 huge enterprise companies. And in a nutshell, I wanted to tell about the ENG company and the BTS. As you noticed that BTS is IT provider, domestic IT provider, and if we come back to startups, of course, after the first business transformation, by integrating the IP, we had some pause. Pause doesn't mean that we didn't implement any project. We implemented the projects, but not all projects can meet the business demands, business requirements, and not all of them, yes, can be implemented in that scope that business wants. So, of course, BTS, with its innovation approach, creating the productive company who work in close cooperation with business corporations, deepening in the business processes, experimenting different kind of IT solutions by trials and errors. They offer different innovative approaches, and in this exhibition we demonstrated 2 on the 3 products of our company. In our presentation, I included all our cases. The first product that we exhibited here is the producing company, manufacturing company. We manufactured our own company, MS Manufacturing Enterprise System. It was created by our own specialists, and with the help of this system, nowadays in online mode, all specialists and masters manage the process, the business process, and it helps the managers and directors of manufacturing companies manage their processes. And also in this system, we have the gamification system. AI helps us to keep the competitiveness and compete with each other, with other companies. Of course, AI is integrating in our processes, and the next product is Collab. You can see in our stalls, our colleagues will demonstrate. It is the corporate messenger that was created by our IT team, and they are not limited by ideas and the solutions. They were not limited by finance, so that's why our IT team could create the insight messengers that that connect all the services. For example, after this creation of the messenger, staff, people who work for the company, do not have to take the paper-based agreement and go to the other departments and knocking the door to sign. So we could optimize it and automate. Any kind of staff of the factory or any kind of worker who wants to take any instrument, he can go to this messenger, which is named Collab, and order any kind of instrument. In the short of period of time, he can receive his request without any bureaucracy, without any paperwork. I think this is the result of our know-how, our integration. So the next example is a digital consultant, what is used in our manufacturing points, manufacturing places, and it track the process, and can technologists give some consultations and advices how to manage the process, and in other like the cases, how to produce, how to melt the metal, in what portion. So this is our product that our IT team could develop in 1 year. And another example is Computeria. In online mode, using the webcams, our technologists and our masters of our specialists of labor security can also control and manage the process, working process, provide the security safety. So Computer Eye give some recommendation where we have some violation of security rules and so on. So there are a lot of examples. As answering to your question, I working for this company more than 10 years. I from first sight I saw that the company is developing, growing, and of course supporting the startups is very effective, is very beneficial, and you can get interesting ideas, interesting products. And yesterday our CEO in his presentation he answered the question, where are we ready to accept to cooperate with the startups? And he answered that yes, we are always ready. We can organize hackathons in one of our platforms in our factories, and then startups can present their solutions relating to manufacturing. So, and then he is ready to organize 2-day hackathon. So I would like to finish my presentation. So we are changing, our company is changing because we need to be in trend, we have to be flexible, we have to be creative, and we have to offer the solutions that is very important for businesses. And the projects, so projects really, they do not meet the needs of our customers. So that's why our IT products and the approach, startup approach, really helps to implement the projects that can meet the needs of the businesses. Thank you very much. Yes, and so in the digital economy, now
Experience. And we have a respected guest from Singapore, James from Quest Ventures. Quest Ventures has been quite active in venture capital market in Central Asia, and not only in our region but overall. And James has a global vision how to promote investments in the digital economy, and I will be very thankful if you could share your vision and your ideas about how Kazakhstan and how the Central Asia could stimulate investments in the digital economy, and maybe you could share your experience and your insights from other markets for our region, for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator Andre. With your permission, I will skip my slides so that we have more time for question and answer.
I think that everybody knows about Quest Ventures. You have been quite active here in our country.
as is White Hill, so, and as is Activate. So I will skip my slides. You can keep it there if you want. But I look at the latest numbers published by AIFC and yourself and Moss Hub. That was for 2022, and the due volume or due value that was invested in Kazakhstan startup was $35 million US. It's a lot of money. It's an increase over the last 3 years that this report has captured. However, if we look at Kazakhstan as the hub for Central Asia due to your activities with AIFC, and therefore everybody, Uzbekistan and so on, all registered in AIFC, and yet we capture 35 million as a hub, then that is actually very small. If by comparison, Singapore is not the world's largest market for sure. Singapore is the Southeast Asia's largest market for venture capital funding. Singapore captures about 11 billion US in the same year that Kazakhstan captured 35 million. And even that
11,
was not
11, yeah. How many billions?
1.
One, yeah.
Yeah, that's US. And even that is not even 100% of the entire Southeast Asia, because Singapore only captured about 60% of the registration of new companies in Southeast Asia, because some of them want to register only in Indonesia and so on. So Singapore didn't get to where it was today overnight. It's a long journey. And as many of the panelists have pointed out, you need government, either the government support or at least don't interfere, please. You need corporates to come in, whether they are venture, not me. Okay, this is our corporate video for your enjoyment while I speak. So for corporates itself, we hope that they can create corporate venture funds, but the reality is it is very, very difficult. How difficult? After 20 years of encouraging by subsidizing by one-for-one matching in Singapore, we have less than 50 active corporate venture funds, less than 50. Because it is very difficult for a CEO who is living from quarter to quarter, annual to annual, to see results from a 10-year life cycle venture capital fund. So we cannot expect corporates to come in and rescue us. Where can we expect the rescue to come from? Unfortunately, government. How can government catalyze? It is through one-for-one or one-to-many matching for private sector money. This has been critical in the development of Singapore and Southeast Asia's ecosystem. For example, if a private sector company like Quest Ventures puts in $1, the Singapore government will put in $1 or more, depending on what sector the company is in. If it's important, such as AI, they will put more money in. So the decision to invest, it is still based on the private sector, and the government provides the additional dollar amount for the startup to hopefully conquer the world. This is still missing here, and I'm hoping that this can be present. And this can be done in a more transparent manner in the selection of the VCs, so that we can also participate in it. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, James, actually, thank you very much. And I would like to emphasize that in Kazakhstan, this practice has been implemented because, for example, in White Hill Capital, when we initiated Tomorrow Venture Fund, the government also gave us $1, and we promised to bring $1 of private capital as well. And actually, our fund now is comprised of government money, and which was sponsored by World Bank, and the private money. And it's a good practice to stimulate innovations in the country. I agree, totally agree. Yeah. Okay, and maybe James, maybe you can share a little bit more about the corporations, because we have talked a lot about how startups and innovative companies interact with corporations, and I'm sure that you have a lot of portfolio companies in the Quest Ventures funds, which also somehow try to cooperate with corporations in different jurisdictions, and of course you have many exits. So what was your experience regarding this link between startups and corporations, if you could share some ideas?
Okay, thank you, Andre. I think the number one thing that we want corporates to do is to buy the services of the startup. Not to buy the startup straight away, because there's no way they will do that immediately, even when we make a recommendation. So they will need to buy the services, not free POC, please, but buy the services, maybe at a discount, but with a direction or with a intention to eventually purchase it at a normal price like everyone else. Because a purchase from someone like an individual, like anyone in the room here, versus a purchase from Freedom Holdings, is a very different signal. So we need to encourage our corporates here to purchase services from startups.
Okay, thank you very much, James. And I have questions to Murat and Marat. When you, mentor your startups and mentor your founders, how do you teach them to find the balance in the relationship with their corporate clients between selling their services and selling the entities and exits? Yeah, how do you help them to find the balance when it's the right time to sell the company or just continue and grow and expand instead of selling. I think it's a very important aspect in terms of investments in digital economy for every startup and for every founder. It's very important to understand the moment when it's time to exit, and how do you help them to understand this moment?
Last 2 years, my portfolio company, not only portfolio, regularly ask me this question, and its question, it's a relationship with strategic investors. It means that our corporate, it's strategic, and how to manage it, how to do it. And of course, some strategic would like to invest money on the early stage to try to keep this company near and do it at maximum cheap way. Of course, it's for startups, it's also have own interest, and it's classical conflict of interest, but it's very able for manageable. It means that what I am usually propose and advise for our companies to establish a warm relationship with the strategic companies, and if they would like to invest money in capital, of course, but not too many. It means that sure it's no more than 5%, and definitely not including the board, because it's a conflict of interest. It means that corporate every time they look few ways how to develop this direction. Maybe one of them acquire the company, another one to develop it by in-house with using own resources, or maybe buy another company. It means that non-compete agreement nobody cancel. It means that it's could be very interested play a game this way.
Марат, поделитесь немножко тоже своими.
Would you please share your experience? Yes, if we are to talk about the relationship between the future strategist partner and the investor, they don't always match the understandings, the concepts. When it comes to strategic, many startups, straight away, many startups, when they're being created, they initially have the idea that they will be sold in the future. So I think it's quite pragmatical. I'm not judging this. I think it's quite practical. Even the whole program that they imitate, they try to copy, imitate it to Kaspi or Freedom. Whenever they try to build their program, they plan that they are going to be soon sold. And they try to see where does our strategic partner move, and try to kind of match and fit the needs. When it comes to the investment and financing, ideally in startups, obviously, I have actually, one of the startups taught me this. He said that, you know what, I'm always constantly looking for investors, like non-stop, always. As of like, I just went through the first round, and I'm actually preparing for the next round. This does not mean that the person is negotiating about the exact amounts. It's just this constant, being on the ground, looking for things, opportunities to, yeah. It's not like maybe he won't be there today, but maybe he will come to them in like a year, but looking about what the requirements are, what are the preferences, what's happening on the market. Like, it's this constant trying to be on the verge. Yeah, it's actually should be done by the CEO. Sometimes they even allocate a separate person whose job is to only circulate in the circles and look for news. Thank you so much for your insight, my dear speakers. Oh, you have something to add, right?
James, question for you.
James.
From our corporation.
Yeah, previously during my presentation, I was telling that the corporates are really restricted by finances, by their bureaucratic processes, procedures, etc., etc. And usually, do they have their own companies like our ENG group, which has BTS as a IT center who is developing all the IT products. But usually corporates don't want to buy startups. It's the real case, yeah. And even in our cases, we want to build our products. We want to build our IT solutions by our own IT teams. How your government is motivating and impacting all the corporates to buy startup solutions?
Instead of internal developments, yeah, I mean,
instead of internal development,
how to be open to innovations from outside instead of spending money on internal developments.
Yeah, from government side, what kind of efforts are done in order to motivate corporates to buy more and more startup solutions?
Thank you for the question. Actually, when I saw the ERG internally venture build MES, it's actually very impressive because it's very hard for corporates to venture build something. For the short answer is our government doesn't incentivize. It lets the private sector decide, but it helps to make the decision much easier by creating an open innovation platform of all potential startups that can work with corporates. So for example, we have EasyTap in the room, and it identifies that this startup can potentially work with this and this kind of corporation, these sectors, all classified and put into the open innovation platform that companies like the sectors identified can go in and take a look. And the government can come in, if necessary, to facilitate meetings, but not to force a marriage.
Спасибо. Thank you very much, James. Sorry, we have time. Thank you very much for your input, and dear speakers, thank you very much for your ideas, for your participation. Коллеги, большое спасибо вам за...
My dear colleagues, thank you so much for your participation. I'm sorry we didn't have enough time for questions and answers section, but I do hope that as a moderator, I hope I could make this discussion, this session so interesting, and I hope we were able to cover all the topics. And I'd like to highlight that apart from our venture companies, innovation companies, apart from them being able to attract the money from venture capitals, money from the state, from the corporations, but we shouldn't forget that we also have international markets and international venture fund markets and international markets where our technologies, our developments, our talents are always welcome. So using this opportunity on behalf of White Capital, I'd like to inform that we are initiating a creation of an innovation hub in Riyadh to help facilitate our innovational companies and founders to enter the Middle Eastern market. And as of right now, Saudi Arabia and Middle Eastern government, they're actively participating in attracting talents and finance their innovational and venture ecosystems. And we will have this fund. Al Farabi Innovation Hub will be set up for startups from Central Asia and Caucasus, which will help attract financing and development in that region. And then, as everyone knows, the level of financing is, I wouldn't say it's endless, but it's quite significant. Yeah, it's impressive. The governments of those countries are actively showing interest in looking for new ideas, for new technologies, and so therefore international markets are also available and accessible for us, and we shouldn't be forgetting about that. So once again, I thank everyone for being here and wishing everyone fruitful cooperation and production and good luck in digitalization. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Спасибо большое. Я на самом деле не подготовленный был именно к этой пленарной сессии. Но на самом деле так и есть. There are some financial incentives, no? Just trade, organizing a trade, right? Yeah, I have to ask you about startups.
Добрый день всем. Пожалуйста, присаживаемся. Скоро будем начинать. Сначала планировали в 13, попросили нас, чтобы несколько минут позже начать. Но, как я понимаю, тоже все будут спешить на другие сессии 14:30, так чтобы все оперативно встретились и поговорили. Может так, пока начнем, несколько тоже вопросов до аудитории. Кто представляет или работает с банками? Можете поднести руку. Спасибо. А кто финтеки или более, кто там работает в разных экосистемах? Спасибо. А так, может, сразу прямо начнем из сессии.
Просим вас перевести.
Okay, I think so. I 3 times checked my telephone. Is it on silent mode or not? After these repeatedly announcements, can we wait for 5 minutes or we can start? Okay, let's start our panel session. I see that people are still coming. We can start with the questions from the audience. Audience, if you have any questions, please ask your questions. What kind of questions do you have? What questions do you have? So the question is related MasterCard system. To what extent it is related to the Visa system? Are there any competency between Visa and MasterCard, or maybe they are with the national payment systems? I think your question, I will answer your question because I'm a representative of MasterCard. I will try to answer your questions. Maybe any other questions from the audience? What we should focus on? Okay, prepare your questions. Then at the end we will answer your questions. So let's start our session. Our session is very important. It's not simple topics when we talk about the cyber risks and the risks, and we will talk about the ecosystems. There are different chains that can affect this ecosystem, and when we think about the ecosystem, yes, I heard about ecosystem from my bank. When I see the bank and the bank integrated the ecosystem, but the bank itself can develop this ecosystem with the help of the good IT specialists, or they can cooperate with the other IT providers, and ecosystem can be created by other partners, by other stakeholders. We have to take into account these. When we talk about from our partners, so the bank is stable, but we have to understand there are a lot of frauds, the back actors who can hack our system through our partners, through vendors that we are cooperating. Maybe there are some chains or there are some doors who can just make some fraud process through our partners, but today we'll discuss about it. So I think the session will be very interesting. Again, prepare your questions. First of all, I would like to thank all speakers, Ruslan Kinjibekovich, Abdikalikov, the representative of the cybersecurity department from the Ministry of Innovation Development and the aerospace industry of Republic of Kazakhstan. Thank you for joining us today to our session, and I would like to thank for organizing this kind of event. Yes, let's applaud ours. And I would like to thank Janar Samayeva, the deputy of chairwoman of Payment Corporation of Kazakhstan of National Bank. Thank you for joining us. So today we will hear. Let's applaud. And the very experienced person here today with us, the expert Evgeny Pitolin, will share a lot of experience when he was working in Kaspersky company. Thank you for joining us. And also we see a lot the big partner of this event, and we all the time see the freedom ecosystem, freedom holding, but we have to provide this freedom with any services. Anatoly Puding, thank you for joining us, and we hope that you will share your insights in today's session. Let's divide this session into two parts. First, we will hear, and we have Atif Shaukat, Director of the Cyber Intelligence and MasterCard. Thank you for joining us. He is from Dubai. Atif, thank you for joining us today.
Yes, let's applaud. I suggest we start from your presentation. Let's see what is happening in the global trends, and then we will go to the question and answer and from our panelists. You can, I believe it may be easier from there, or the clicker if somebody has for the slides.
It's okay.
Скоро найдем кликер. Как я говорю, коллега представит.
My colleague is going to introduce an interesting overview as to what's happening, what are the different solutions, and we will then keep going about the other. We'll move on to the other.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we get to our panel discussion, I just want to highlight, some of the key points, right? That why supply chain is important, right? How do we do at MasterCard, right? And how we as a MasterCard has evolved, right? And that's going to be the focus of my discussion for the next 10 minutes before we move on to our panel discussions. Let's see, I think that's the most important part, the technology to work. So just a bit of emphasis, right? That the supply chain has evolved, right? This is how we at MasterCard have evolved as well. If you pick up any company today, right? If you go back 30 years ago, they were relatively smaller ecosystem. And that ecosystem start to become bigger and bigger, right? And it's that scalability of the interconnected ecosystem which brings us a huge challenge of cybersecurity, right? Because how do we actually secure those supply chain? How do we make those supply chain resilient? And the reason that resiliency, is important because we are exposed to a lot of threats, right? This is not everything. This is not everything, but these are just the top threats, right? There is a lot of political turmoil. We are seeing nation-state actors trying to target supply chains to bring the critical infrastructure down, right? We have seen telecoms industries being targeted. We have seen utilities companies being targeted. Now, as we move along, right, the complexity of the threats is also changing. So there's a threat called ransomware. It has evolved hugely, right? Now it's very difficult to tackle ransomware. Third-party risk. So each of you individual who are sitting here and maybe representing a company, you are relying on the suppliers heavily. if those suppliers goes down, it ultimately impacts your business. So this is a third-party risk. And all of it, if you summarize, you don't have to be, a cybersecurity expert to launch a cybersecurity attack. So a lot of bad actors are now are basically buying the services for cybercrime, right? You can pay somebody a money and they'll be able to launch the money. And this is even, making it more complex. And guess what? If any of those threats are materialized, right? Any of those threats, it's a huge loss to the economy. You can look at the country level, you can look at the, at the company level, we are losing, trillions of dollars of economies. And guess what? This is not just the wastage, right, which is coming from the financial exposure. This is the wastage where we are deploying a lot of cybersecurity solutions, right? And we are still not secure, right? That's the whole point. We have done so much. And the reason this is not going the direction we want to go is because this is something which you cannot do on your own, right, as a company. If you want to secure a supply chain, it's a different players in the market which needs to come together, right? And that's how we do at MasterCard, right? So when we are operating, we have millions of companies in our ecosystem. We have merchants, we have issuers, banks. We are probably the most targeted network on the planet, right? But still, right, we manage to secure ourselves to an extent is because we don't work in isolation. We work with government agencies, we work with central banks, right? We all come together to make the whole ecosystem secure, right? And that's why you have the trust in MasterCard, because when you go and do your transaction, right, you're kind of assuming, right, that it's going to be a secure transaction. And just to give you a little bit of flavor, right, of that, the scalability is important, right? So if you want to monitor the whole supply chain, you cannot monitor each of those companies individually. You need a scalability, right? And what you're seeing on a screen before coming here, we analyze approximately, more than 25 million companies around the planet. So we look at them from outside. This is their cybersecurity score, right? On a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the best and 1 being, the worst, right? And you will see here, some industries, they perform really well. Now, the reason I put up this slide, because I wanted to show you, right, that scalability is needed, because you don't have, just a few players in your supply chain. You have thousands and thousands of companies, right? And then you want to drill down, you also need an ability to drill down, and look at the, cybersecurity risk which is coming from specific countries. What I did here was just to show you that why the scalability is important. I look at 14 different banks in Kazakhstan, right? So this is an analysis of that, what we do it from outside. Now, I know if I summarize that score, it's 7.6, right? Which is very close to the global average. But if you look at the spread, some banks are doing really well, right? Some banks are not doing really well. Now, the idea here is not to show you the score. The idea here is that you need scalability, right? That's how we scale up. So when you, as an entity, as an individual responsible for cybersecurity, you have, if you want to make your supply chain resilient, you need that scalability, right? And obviously, we will be extending, this discussion in the panel, but I just wanted to highlight these points. Now, you can also look at what should be your strategy, right? I know we talked about just few points, but how do I summarize all of that? The core pillar of your strategy should be that, how quickly you can assess the cybersecurity of your supply chain, right? Now, within the supply chain, if you're a company, you have a complete value chain. You have many different companies coming together. This could be hundreds, this could be 1,000. So how can you actually scale up, right? Think about that. How can you do the assessments on scale? Because if I have to assess another company, I cannot take a traditional approach because that will take too long time, right? The second thing is, which is the last pillar, how do you organize yourself? This is important because the reason organization is important here because you cannot randomly fix the cybersecurity issues. You have to see which one of them are definitely outside your risk appetite, right? and which one of them you really want to mitigate those issues. And the middle part is protect, right? That's where there's a lot of innovation. We are evolving. Now, just keeping all these three pillars, in the view, what we are also doing, right, and this is just an update, that we are launching a digital resilience program, right, within Kazakhstan, where we can help organizations with these three fundamental core pillars, right? And if you want to know more about the program, you can, get in touch with our, local team. Rafal is here, Irene is here, so we've got, a lot of people who can help you, with this program. Now, just to summarize, right, supply chains, they power our economies, right? They are the engine, right? If anything happens to the supply chain, to our critical infrastructure, there are catastrophic events which are going to happen, right? And that's where I just wanted to emphasize in this point that it's not just about being technical and being cyber savvy. It's about how we can actually protect our digital economies and the system we live in. Right. Thank you.
Спасибо, Атиф. Очень интересно.
Thank you so much, Atif. I see something we should take into consideration. The topic is not easy. Everyone does think about the risks, and obviously we all have accepted the risks. We all are here. We all drove our car or the public transport, but obviously at the end we can all mitigate the risks. It's obviously very important to correctly evaluate the risks and to see how vast, to see the scalability of each ecosystem, and as to how do we check and monitor and control our partners, our supply chain players. I'm happy to see that we can launch this kind of risk evaluation program in Kazakhstan, to first work with the banks and then to keep transferring it to our other partners. Thank you so much, Atif. One of the slides has shown as to how important governments, states' role is, not just in regulating, but also in future development. Just once again, thank you so much to the Ministry of Digitalization for such a great event, that we can all come here, see each other at Digital Almaty. And Ruslan Kinjibekevich, you are the leader of, you do everything that's about information and security. Would you please share as to what are your future development areas? Because the ministry has quite a vast set of tools in providing security for businesses, for citizens. How important is the security, and what should we take into consideration in our future development in 2024? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for this introduction. I think the most important what we'd like to discuss today at this session is we'd like to stress on the necessity of a compulsory cyber insurance for financial sectors. Actually, about 4 years ago, in the Legislative Act, we have enabled an opportunity of voluntary insurance for all informatization subjects. With this, alongside, in the past period, what we've noticed is that there were no contracts on cybersecurity at insurance companies. They were absent, to be honest. Yeah, let's be honest. Frankly speaking, that was the case. So we do understand that how does the business works in Kazakhstan. Actually, it's not just the business, but I think it's how we are built. Not only in Kazakhstan, I guess, but we start moving and doing things only after the government starts either forbidding something or making things compulsory. It's like it's a living experience. We are used to the fact that we have insurance of human rights for the cars. Yeah, there were the times when there were quite active debates as to car insurances are not necessary, although nevertheless we got used to this, and it brings a great value to the economy, doesn't it? The same was about medical insurance, for example. the compulsory one. Those similar, so those insurances for tourism, for traveling. If you remember, there were the cases previously when Kazakh citizens would go traveling somewhere as a tourist and then would end up in some, I don't know, crazy situations, some traffic accidents, but they would have no money to pay for their medical health, and then they would come back to the country and be so mad at the country. But what did the country do? The country did nothing, but now we have this compulsory insurance for the tourists, for tourism. So this is now the time. We think it is the moment we have to admit that cyber insurance for financial sector is absolutely necessary. So the second point I think that we're going to cover is governmental sector, the state bodies, and the remaining stage will be looking into businesses. Why do we think it's necessary? It's because when the government sets some sort of requirements on security, it's first of all aimed at securing the business itself. First of all, obviously, although the business that might not want it and might be resilient, yeah. And secondly, to secure the citizens of our country so that their data is safe. How can the cyber insurance help us, apart from those legislative acts that are already there in the law, and apart from the control that's being done by the government? The insurance companies, when insuring, are going to be quite flexibly considering the state of the business that they are insuring, and how does the subject, let's say the company spends, how much money does they spend to be safe, and what is the amount of incidents that were happening. So obviously it's either going to grow or drop. The amount of insurance amount that the subject's going to have to pay is going to either drop or rise according to that. So that's why I think it's important to start from a financial sector, because this is the sector which is most dynamically developing, which is using at a maximum point which is digitalizing fully. All the digitalization is mostly focused on the financial sector. We now hear that there's nothing like just the banks. There's like fintech. It's like an integration of finance and technology. It's not this old classical traditional way of banking. Yeah, if you want to see that kind of bank, you'd have to go to a bank and stay in a queue for quite some time to see what a traditional bank, that we forgot what this is. For us, banking is a mobile phone. Yes, our device that has everything for us to be able to receive all electronic signatures, documents, and everything, and receive all the services you need. As of right now, what we want to discuss at a panel session as to how necessary this is and how beneficial this is going to be. I think the citizens are going to support us, because the main goal is securing the data of the citizens. So it is a possibility for a citizen to lessen the negative influence of attackers, of fraud, when all of the banking operations are going to be digitalized, when we've digitalized the financial sector. In parallel, what we've done is we've kind of helped and encouraged the fraud, because maybe before it was the only way to get money from a person was just, like in socializing physically, whereas now it can be done by fraudsters online.
So we think that the financial market should focus on the social responsibility of their customers, and we should discuss this topic. What has been done by the government side? I just briefly say that in fact the government created the ecosystem of a cybersecurity system. It begins with the National Coordination Center of Information Security, and all cybersecurity cases is sent to this base. And furthermore, we have some branches of operational cybersecurity system department on the regulation of financial markets. It is the single operator, but I think in the other spheres of economy, everyone will have such kind of system departments and the special organizations, which is named as Operation System of Security Operational Systems. We have 41 companies provide the services. It is the services responding to the frauds made by in the computers. And last year, about 345 entities which refer to the critically important systems. From the March of this year, we will also maybe enlarge the list of these entities. So each year, this list is increasing. So that's why governments try to develop the cybersecurity sphere. They will continue improving and protecting the cybersecurity of the citizens and the businesses. And we have the electronic borders to control the traffic of income and outbound traffics. We have so there are some people who is against of this electronic border, but we need this electronic border, e-border. Any developed countries have this kind of borders, and with this business, I hope that we can actively develop this sphere. And today in this panel, I hope that we'll discuss of integrating or implementing the obligatory cybersecurity insurance. Thank you very much, Ruslan Kinjibekevich. As you noted, by ministry, it was done a lot of job as a cyber sheet and other cyber protection systems. We can connect to eGov and other governmental online services. It is under the control of the ministry. Thank you that you announced new initiatives about cyber insurance, cybersecurity insurance. If you have any questions related to this topic, of course, you can ask. Also, I will take note on this topic. Yes, this insurance, if the entity is well prepared and the amount of insurance money can be not so high, I mean if the entity is well prepared. And continuing our discussion on ecosystems on different platforms as a national, let's see what we see that national banks also develop different kind of electronic platforms and ecosystems related to credit cards, real-time payments. So with us, we have Janara Jamieva. Janara, you are heading different kind of directions in National Bank. One of them is open banking and real-time payments. In order to develop these platforms, it is very important that these security systems should work perfectly. But you did not, you don't create platforms only for National Bank, but for other businesses too. Can you share your experience, your insights? What platforms do we need, do businesses need or banks need in order to secure their cybersecurity systems? Yes, I prepared only 3 slides where I can explain you the methods and the tools that we use in National Bank. Rafael, thank you for giving speech and for inviting me today and share my experience, our experience about this topical issue. This term is new in our country, I think, and in the context of this panel session, we should explain what is open banking. Open banking, it is the integration of the third parties to the supply chains of these services. And in open banking, there are several parties who can collaborate together. When you integrate to the open banking, the new parties, you have to develop and build the very reliable ecosystem. First of all, before I go to this system, I want to share some description of open banking. What is open banking? Open banking is when an organization can request the information on his customers from other companies. So that is requesting the personal data of the client from the other organization. So open banking is taking place in standardized system. When we talk about the third parties, open banking, there are different parties can participate, but let's talk about four participants who can participate in open banking. First is the bank itself, and digital organizations, digital companies who give access to their own data related about amounts, accounts, about transactions, and we have the other stakeholders, suppliers. They can provide some informational companies or organizations which request access to the data, and on the basis of these data, they develop different new IT financial products, and they provide it for their customers. And the customers, it is another participant of open banking. They are in the center of this ecosystem, and they decide these clients make their own decision to give access or not. So the key player in this ecosystem of open banking is a regulator. So they regulate the rules of the game. They provide to make sure that all requirements or all rules are adhered. And in briefly talking about open banking in our digital world, I can say that this is a small concept that you can get the information about your customer from the organization. But it is this concept can change the financial market very dramatically. So when you get the access to the data of the third party can develop absolutely new innovative products. And not only, it's not about the creating or inventing the new product. It is the creating of the favorable conditions for new players or in the market. There will be the new business models will be developed. The new participants in the market, they will ease the client's path to the process. They can just analyzing the transaction of the customers. They can facilitate the customers' services. So it is the targeted product for the customers, targeted to customers. And when you get financial services from one, with the help of one platform, in general, when we increase it leads to the increasing of the participants, increasing the competitiveness, increasing the number of IT products in the markets. So, and then the customer will be all the time in winner position, because the players in the market, the parties, they will compete with each other and focus on the quality. So it means that the services quality will be higher when there are competitiveness between the participants. And as for security, cybersecurity, the main important thing is depends on the regulator. So what I told, this is not the rocket science. It is not something new, but they exchange just personal data of their customers. Open banking means transparent cooperation between the organization, between the parties. So it's very important to involve the regulator to develop the open banking. And the regulator, it is the party who create the safe environment for all participants of the open banking. And there are different methods or different approaches of integrating the open banking. Regulator can initiate the open banking integration in many countries, but In some cases, a regulator cannot take part in integrating the open banking, where the participants among themselves, they can make some decisions and then they can start exchange data. But in this case, even a regulator should participate in order to regulate all these processes among participants. For example, in US, they do the same job. What is the role in the providing the security in open banking ecosystem? First of all, regulators, they develop the standards, security standards of the authentication standards and all the requirements, and the regulator also usually they develop the requirements of entering to ecosystem of open banking, and they issue the licenses. So of course they make sure the quality control and monitoring. They track the process in order to make sure that everything is transparent. So, and the last slide is about answering your question. Open banking is, in our case, not only regulatory project. It is the complex of regulatory, infrastructural, and organizational processes. So, in order to motivate the market, stimulate the market, we have to mitigate the risks of the third parties. And from our side, we are integrating such model of open banking that can mitigate the risks. First of all, what is important? It is accreditation of the parties. We have to make the accreditation of the parties, and to create the very reliable environments that every party can trust each other. And the next one is standards. Develop standards, security standards under each case. For example, it is the standards of exchange of dates of customers, and it is offered to the market. And the third one is, I think, we have the certain requirements on collection and processing of the personal data of clients. That's why we have the special requirements where customers will be announced about their personal data can be processed, and in any time client can just prohibit using his personal data in any case, in any time. So it is the regulation processes and the requirements, and all process of open banking is taking place with the help of two level of authentication. One of them is biometrical authentication process. So this is the infrastructural moments that we have to take into account. And another one is using open app platforms. Open app platform there are a lot of, like, the open app platform gives us we can manage the process, we can make some licensing. All parties should be registered in open app platform, so it can just we can limit some parties participation, and through open app we can ongoing monitoring of the services of banks, and according to standards we have to monitor it, and we are now piloting monitoring the bank services. One bank service, in order to monitor one bank service, we have about 2,000 requests in our sandbox, and in a short period of time we are checking these bank services, and our piloting project, I think, is going stably, and everything is in a good manner. So I hope I could answer your question and briefly tell the audience what the open banking is. Janara, thank you very much for your information from the national bank, from the government side. It's not about the leadership. There are different kind of business projects can take the leadership position. It is the standardization certification is very important. And from the audience, is there anyone who has experience in using open banking? But what about the users level? Is there any users who use open banking? Yes, we have colleagues who can test this open banking platform. When we talk about the cybersecurity, open banking platform is one of the trendy. So open banking, it means that when banks should be open, that fintech companies can easily connect to banks to provide different kind of services for banks. This the simple example from Australia, from Europe. I can just give the examples. You can, for example, in one platform you can see all your bank accounts. In one platform I can just give my agreement, and then I can take all information from different banks, all my personal accounts and the bank accounts. Yes, I would like to add, this is what we have started from. We have banks, and in their mobile applications, their customers can elicit the information from other bank accounts. So that's why we are now completing this project, and our clients can transfer money from one bank account to another bank account. And I think the understanding of ecosystem is changing. So ecosystem means like nowadays ecosystem is human-centered, customer-centered, like all his bank accounts, all his personal accounts, like the ecosystem is built around the customer. Yes, account information service in English. So there are the information about the different bank account information of our clients. Of course, customer here, the important thing is he gives his agreement, and he can manage his different bank accounts via one platform, online platform. And what is important from the risk side is standardization of we have to first create a very secure platform, and the second one is we have to check who can potentially get access through this platform. And when client gives different kind of agreements, customer should understand that it is standardized and it is safe. His personal data is in safety. Thank you, Janar. Let's applaud for Janar's information in the presentation. Rafael, I have a question to Janar. Ruslan Kindebekovich mentioned about the models of open banking in National Bank about the cybersecurity insurance. Can you tell about this? Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, we are in the process of developing the final model of all our open banking. We can discuss individually because idea is similar to our idea, and the final modeling we are just is being developed. Anatoly, thank you for your question. As you see, this is the panel in the form of working group where the parties can ask each other and collaborate and discuss in which direction they can cooperate with each other. From Ruslan, please, the floor is yours. I would like to tell you about what has been done by the government on this topic. The ministry created the platform, which is named Smart Bridge. With the help of this platform, technologies, open IP technologies are connected by tens of organizations, and they have opportunity not only to connect this platform and to get data, but also they have opportunities to publish their services in Smart Bridge, and other parties can also get access to their data. And as for the agreement on the legislative level, it is approved by our ministry. It is the service of controlling personal data of users that allows us to register or to collect the data and inform our citizens on access to their personal data if it is related to this governmental databases. If you open the eGov platform, you can see that in your personal account you see the announcement from the governmental agencies. You have a message that some organization got access to your personal data. So in fact, the basic ecosystem in the country exists, and with the National Bank we have to, with the new initiatives, we have to build it correctly. We have to build the correct and effective architecture of the e-government and platform. It is one of the branches of developing service of electronic governance, and we are ready to discuss with the National Bank and with our partners in order to make the for customers make secure these platforms more secure. And third one, it should decrease the expenditures of the businesses in order to go to the market and offer the IT products to the other companies. I think we can come back to this topic again. Maybe
we could even do it at a digital bridge in Astana. We could share it with our audience as to what have we come to, what did the negotiations with the National Bank have led to at least just show the upper layers of how do we see this. But I would like to say is that these are the steps of, not the first steps. We do have a lot of results in digitalizations, but our current goal is to, whatever it is we have now, to make it much more secure and much more convenient for a client, to make it all accessible, to make it all equal to all business societies in the country. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Anar, would you like to add on something on this? So the smart bridge as a technology, as electronic government is very important, and thanks to this we have lots of access to it. Can we just hold on the question section for just a second? We will come back to it. Janar, maybe would you like to add something, or can we keep going forward? But yes, we could keep going, but I'd just like to say that I agree with Ruslan Kinjibekevich saying that the initiatives should bring some sort of a synergy on a state level. And I do hope in the upcoming future, yes, I do think we can all be proud about what kind of services we do have in Kazakhstan, because if you look at independent evaluations around the world, Kazakhstan is on an 8th position all around the world in digital solution coverage in terms of from government. So we are on the 6th position in terms of GovTech, so convenient and accessible, so they wanted to use it. So digital attacks are focused not only on Central Asia, but mostly on Kazakhstan and Kazakh industrial companies. In the past 5 years, all of that has happened. We have even our colleagues who are in the room who have faced it themselves. In general, this event has attracted lots of people whose companies were subject to attacks. The second moment is technical. As we've said something about supply chain, a unique trend, there's this unique trend to become the victim. You don't have to be the goal, the target, you know. What's interesting is that you could be doing anything, but before, in terms of you protecting yourself, but until your infrastructure, but if your infrastructure is in contact with the external world, if your counterparts, if your supply chain companies, your partners are doing something, basically nothing, things do not depend on you anymore. Yes, since you have many partners, and many companies in Kazakh, not the majority, but some of the Kazakh companies are now much more careful in choosing their subsidiaries, their vendors, their partners, their supply chains, their counterparts. All of this is now listed in the ethical regulations and in tender documents. I think this has kind of strengthened the business in itself. So if this counterparts is good in cybersecurity, so the key story over here is about the person becoming the center of this whole mess, in terms of both affecting the cyber attacks, and becoming the weak point. So there was this sort of a failure. The second part I'd like to talk about is administrative managing. In about 15 years ago, no one knew what is an EB. And no one really knew what exactly an IT is. Although even if there's like, even when there was some ideas about what EB is, but so right now the perspectives for that to develop were like close to zero, whereas now we have separate budgets, we have separate positions, separate directors for EB, electronic security, and most of them have become visionaries, which is quite important to highlight. In about 15 years ago, there was no one or no special organizations who would be training some specialists in electronic safety, electronic security. They would have to come from other departments. Whereas now we even have universities who have a degree in cybersecurity, like a box moving, and we've moved into a model. We have MSSP integrators, we have new understandings, new concepts of a service model. This is something absolutely amazing. Something else which I think is great is that we started noticing when we told businesses that having business is great, but this famous principle that is known as in like 1, 2, and then go into production. This principle is not always good. Even if you kind of need this, you cannot forever ignore cybersecurity. Thank God in Kazakhstan we have now principles of safe development, and we are adapting it from the outside world. Obviously, this ecosystem disaster touched up on us as well. Each vendor has their own ecosystem, so we are now choosing in a complex way an cybersecurity partner. It's quite an interesting cybersecurity is quite a trendy topic, yeah? It's equals to a hype, it's a viral topic. I'm not sure if this is good or bad. Time will show, but I think it's absolutely true that without constant attention, constant being, on the verge, being hands-on, this area is going to be quite hard to develop this. There will be some changes as well. If we were to talk about the wishes and advice and desires, I do have a complete separate pitch. Let me just briefly mention it. My first advice. We talk about artificial intelligence quite a lot, but let's use the natural intelligence. Yes, guys, just basically use your brain, yeah? Consider any sort of incoming information, a message, a topic, a call, a message, an email as a potential threat from a fraudster, yeah? Do not trust anyone. My second advice would be is to maximally create your digital Do not use your main banking card in your deliveries, in your subscribers. Do not use your main email, main card number. And my third one is use protection technologies and pay for those technologies. Nothing is for free. If you did not pay for something, in that case, the product is you. So please make sure you pay additional money for your security, and things are going to be okay. And my last thesis would be is about stop thinking you guys are the smartest, because somehow this is the story I kind of happen to face in the past couple of years when the successful attacks are being done on people of that kind of scale, some huge people who have that much money, let's say the big people, yeah? And that's when it becomes both scary and funny. It's because those people who think, yeah, I'm the strongest, I'm the best, I'm the richest, In that case, if we don't think like that, the attacker will never think to attack us. This is the weakest category of people in terms of cybersecurity, is those who think we know everything. All in all, guys, use your own brain, yeah? Use your natural brain and you will always be safe. Thank you. Evgeny, thank you so much. This was a quite practical and beneficial advice you've given. As it is said, Kazakhstan is a greatly developed country, but although things being digitalized, they have become much more vulnerable for attacks and fraud. You don't have to physically be in Kazakhstan, you can attack the country from being all over the world. And that's how we should develop all sorts of... I used to words such as agile, but whereas the word I use right now is multiverse production. So thank you so much, Eugene, for giving me new terminology. So yeah, you have to be quite careful. Yeah, what kind of email are you using? Who's calling you? Phishing, smishing, and so on and so forth. All these words, all these terms are quite interesting, and they have been voiced out here. They are important as of today. Evgeny, thank you for sharing this with me. We don't have this kind of a crystal ball, our independent advisor council. Maybe in the future, in the freedom, as the group, as an independent group is very well developing, and we have them present here not as a bank but as a huge ecosystem. Anatoly, thank you so much for being here with us. If you can, would you please share the info, because not everyone might know about this. What does the ecosystem as a freedom holding, what does it include? Because you have the broker, the insurance company, the banking. What's important for you in this ecosystem? And because you do have different partners in this ecosystem, you have different supplies. And what do you pay most attention to? Are there any options as to kind of measure your trust? And how does your ecosystem function in general? Rafal, thank you for your questions. I will try to be brief because our session is becoming longer than it's supposed to. So if we talk about the freedom ecosystem, at the moment we are represented by about 37 companies, and we are present in 16 countries, if I'm not mistaken. And we have absolutely different directions and industries that we cover. The vastest one is we are presented on a financial market and in banking services, and also it's shares, it's insurance companies, payments companies in most countries, and we have telecom, and many other areas related to sales of different airlines, air tickets, and actually the ecosystem is very active and dynamically enlarging, being enriched, and obviously it does come with the risks, in my opinion. If we are to talk about the security of the system, so the safety is based on trust. And it has a few underlying aspects. The first one is about standardization of the methods, of security methods. They have to be standardized, yeah? That's how you can cover the whole scale of the ecosystem, we can have two approaches right here. A more mature one and a premature one. In a more of a mature approach, as everyone present here have already, of the panel session, have spoken about, usually we have like a certain approved set, maybe even a set that is approved by even a government or local ecosystem players, like a standard set of requirements for the security that are being applied upon entering the ecosystem, and which is done on a regular basis. For example, hot mask was mentioned as an example. For example, for you to join the MasterCard company, you have to have the API status, so that to enter the open banking, you have to have a certification of an open API certification. For you to enter, for Ruslan Kinjibekevich to let you use governmental system, you would have to go through a certification according to certain requirements of the government. So, this kind of approach is the most mature and appropriate one, I think, in this case. If we are to talk about the unregulated ecosystems, in that case, obviously, it has same basically requirements. They would have to develop their own minimum standard requirements to provide, to maintain security. They most likely are going to be some basic things. It's something we absolutely need to be able to trust each other. Something like authentication, authorization steps, you know, like to make it two-factor authentication. It's some sort of hygiene rules in the ways of patch vulnerability management, yeah, and some things about controlling access to the info that we get, especially from your partners in the ecosystem. Maybe it's some requirements in terms of encrypting it, yeah. Something else is about risks, yeah, because the system, whenever there's an ecosystem, it always comes with many risks. And obviously, we always try to kind of keep our key services, which are most important, are very important for our to make the system reliable. Mostly, it's going to be it's going to be about the financial authorization, access services. Apart from all of this, we can say that whenever you write an onboard, and this is a compulsory requirement would be is measuring the risk of a new partner joining the market. Yes, so calculating what could be additional security factors necessary for the company to not bring additional risks and threats to your ecosystem. Apart from all of this, I think it would be the competency of the staff, of the employers, of my colleagues, because I think nothing what we mentioned is going to be possible if we don't have necessary competency, a clear allocation of roles, responsibilities among the team, among the players. Whenever it's written in the law, whatever we can and we cannot do, we do know that tomorrow we're not going to break the law because we are well aware about the requirements necessary. So to be transparency of these requirements and understanding of them. All of that obviously leads to the players' trust, yeah, your partner's trust. So I think that's it on security and safety. But you guys have also mentioned some trust criteria, yeah. I think the level of fitness of these, requirements is the availability of certification as a domestic story, some sort of self-assessment, and its further evaluation, and maybe some external external penetration tests, I would say. Many players, many members individually, independently take up on this responsibility and do that. Apart from all this, we can also talk about the level of risks that's increasing whenever there's a new member joining the system, and furthermore is the level of sustainability and the stability of the servers, of the services, yeah? Because if everything is... Otherwise, we're not going to have enough trust, yeah? So the stability... stability of working, basically, yeah, is going to be key. So thank you so much, Anatoly. For me, it sounded quite interesting, the division between all the requirements in terms of the state and government, because they do have to have a lot of things to provide. And also in terms of the business, because you have to monitor all the cycles once the onboarding happens, and the availability of all different certificates. And something important Eugenie has said, we always say the business is done by people, yeah? But again, it's also about the people who are responsible for cybersecurity, and responsibility of each and single employee is going to make the business much more sustainable. So if we just can quickly go through the session questions and answers, we have a question from this side of the audience. If you can please take the mic and voice your question, please. I'm sorry, I cannot hear the question, so I cannot translate what she's saying. Ruslan, you've said that all of the members of the financial market have equal access to the services of digital government, yeah? Smart bridge. So what I can say from our group, we've been trying to receive an access for like 2 years. Why is this? We've been trying to get, we have an FER license, we have MFCA license, and nevertheless, and still we cannot get a license, we cannot get access. It's been like 2 years. We've already installed this program, the ones you guys have, because we had to go to a vendor. And we can't get whatever we need. We can't get it. How real is this for most financial institutions, which are not banks of a second level, have access to Smart Bridge and other services, so that we can make our products much more accessible to the main sector. And my second increasing it, it's actually becoming even funny. So we have to connect through our third supplier vendor, and we have to purchase it at a much higher price because they have their additional commission. It becomes much more expensive for our clients. So how do we regulate this case? Thank you so much. I think it is some sort of a local problem, and you need to look at it in detail. Within this panel session, I don't think I can give you a brief answer because I need more details. As a moderator, let me say, it's quite practical, a very good question. Let me say that I think you guys could connect with each other later and find a responsible person. Whenever it's about technology, you should understand as to access to government services. It's very important for it to be accessible. You as a company and as users, for you to have access to it. Yeah, maybe you guys can discuss it one-to-one, because maybe we could solve another problem here. I see another question from a colleague who was here previously as to how different other MasterCard or Visa. And that's how we create our rules based on our different regulators in our country. Yeah, 2 different systems. There's not just 2 systems, there's other payment systems. These payments work on the basis of an ISO. It depends on the cards and transactions, but they do have some few parts which are standardized, and they are standardized by the country in other parts of the country. So I always say with a smile on my face, there are some things that you cannot buy. Otherwise, that's how MasterCard is different. I don't know. Then we have the next question. I have a question as a user of in managing the supply chains. Evgeny, you said we have to be much more careful whenever there's an incoming contact, yeah? And what do we do with the banks? What do banks do? Because you cannot fully, let's say, put on the responsibility to a user, because it's like quite easy, yeah, to say, yeah, you guys should be responsible for incoming connections. We can't limit things, because otherwise people would have to physically walk to the offices. How do we find this limit? How do we find this division as to what do the organizations do, the ones who provide these remote great services, for the users to be actually able to receive those services, but to receive them safely? Why am I mentioning all of this? Because it's been a month how I couldn't receive my parcel from I think it was DHL, because every time I am being contacted on a WhatsApp, I think, it's a fraud, it's an attack. So it's been a year how a delivery courier couldn't reach me, because I would think, oh my God, isn't it a threat? Because before they used to send me a message, an SMS, whereas now they contact me via WhatsApp. So I'm not sure. I think it's about the loyalty of the clients to analyze, research these kind of cases that we have. So if we're talking about some sort of shady transactions, yeah. So on a legislative level, we now have some initiatives led by the National Bank and the agency on regulating everything. They are obviously helping us feel much more comfortable by using financial services. Like just some time ago, there was this.
So if I'm not mistaken, it was said that anti-fraud initiatives in the national corporation, payment corporation, And this year, this initiative will be developed further. And I think here, yes, yeah, as Evgeny said, we have to all the time try to track it, and we have other directions that can help us to feel ourselves more confident and to improve the situation as a whole. Thank you very much, Anatoly. And yeah, two speakers, they should leave to another session, so that's why time is over. So yes, I have a question to Ruslan Kenjibekovich. Thank you for the life organism. 2 years ago, we started in the during the brainstorming with minister. We started to say that we wanted our citizens want see that government works to support them, and then we invited the IT guys and they helped us. And when we started this, banks told us that. So banks said that your system should process 1 million requests, and the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, they said in our site, our transaction should be in very fast time. Okay, we adapted the system under their conditions, under their requirements. In general, our service is all the time can be adopted, can be changed. So we are ready to develop, to complement this service. And it is good when we have new ideas, new requests to modernize it, to improve it. And we are now expecting developing the private sectors. So legislative norms, from government side, we did it first step. But now we are expecting that what other parties, what other members of market can create other IT services as we did. Because this, our system, is doing only one job. If one operator of the personal data requests information from the governmental bodies, if he asks one bank, asks another bank, we will not have such kind of opportunity. So that's why private sector should develop such kind of system that data exchange can be done between private sectors, but our system can provide the information only between governmental side and the private sector. So it can be, so the system, we could cover the C2C or B2B, but we should develop the system. Okay, thank you very much. We will we have the next session here. Let's continue our discussions next time. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, speakers. Let's take a group photo, please. To discuss the machine learning and its usage in the future. I'm very glad to be a moderator of this very informative panel session, and I'm thankful for the organizers for giving me opportunity to be the very honorable guests here on our stage. But that's why let me introduce our guests, our speakers. First of all, I would like to introduce Professor Hussein Atakan Varol, professor of the Nazarbayev University, director of the Smart System and Artificial Intelligence in Nazarbayev University. Please, you are welcome, professor. And with us, we have the one honorable guests, Fuat Allahverdiyev, international ICT expert. Please, colleagues, your applause. And we have here in this panel session our guest from Tajikistan, Azizjon Azimi, and the founder of the company ISOI and director of consulting of the ministry in Tajikistan. Also, I would like to introduce Dospayev Amir. He is an engineer of the Karachaganak Petroleum PV company. Also, we have here Salamat Kabdulov, General Director of DirectNet, and Timur Akhmetov, Director and the Manager of the supply chains in Central Asia, Director and Head of the Procurement and the Supply Chain Practice KPMG, Caucasian and Central Asia, and Aydar Sadırov, CEO Smart Gods Global, very experienced CEO. So, colleagues, let's start. Let me start my speech. In 10-15 years ago, AI sphere and machine learning was a kind of fantasy for us because we were thinking about it, but we didn't know the full capacity of AI integration and machine learning, how they can affect our everyday life, our social life, the medicine and education. We could just only dream about that AI and machine learning can give us additional opportunities and the tools that can facilitate our life, that can ease our life to develop humanity in particular spheres. But today the dreams realize it, and we every day hear and see that the elements of AI, how they help, how they develop particular industries and spheres. That's why nowadays we have in our session the representatives of different spheres and industries who use AI and machine learning in their practice, in their field, in their businesses, and they are the leaders in integrating AI and machine learning. Today, we are here to understand if 10 and 15 years ago it was difficult to imagine the development of AI, but we can ask what will be in 10 and 15 years after the world of AI will be more developed in the future. So that's why, in order to answer these questions today, I want to hear our colleagues, their opinion, their insights, and let's start our discussions in panel session. I would like to give the floor to our colleagues, and I want to ask the question for everyone. So I want to give the floor to the Professor Atakan. Dr. Atakan, how do you think the world of AI in terms of in the landscape, what are the features of development in the future? What are the perspectives of AI? Maybe do we have any limitations because you are doing AI, integrating AI in the Nazarbayev University? Can you tell us your opinion? Can you share your insights? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the excellent question. Indeed, right now AI has great prospects, but at the same time great limitations. And I, as a researcher and the director of a research institute, will provide you an answer from the perspective of the research and development and academia. I am from Nazarbayev University, a founding faculty member of this university for the last 13 years. And in 2019, we have understood the importance of artificial intelligence in research, and we have created the Institute of Smart Systems and Artificial Intelligence. And what is this institute? This institute is actually a number of researchers, very smart young Kazakh people, and with them some amount of computational hardware, some servers from the NVIDIA for crunching lots of numbers. And our institute is committed to open source datasets and models. This way we share our research products with the Kazakhstani academia, international academia, and also local and international companies, such that they can create products and services for Kazakhstan, which they would otherwise not do that. And in addition to that, we are conducting reproducible and impactful research, which we publish in our top venues. And such that our research is reproducible, we are sharing all of our source codes, similar to OpenAI and many of the Google's projects, in our GitHub, such that you can create the research results and reproduce them and use it for your own products. And all of our work is centered around a set of ethical guidelines and ethical principles, which are centered around the principle AI for good. So what type of projects we conduct? Most of the projects you see here are in the domain of narrow AI. In other words, they solve a specific problem using AI, but they are not aiming to solve all the problems. For instance, we have created the Kazakh speech corpus for Kazakh speech recognition. We have created the Kazakh text-to-speech corpus for Kazakh text-to-speech synthesis. And right now you can download an app to your phone and generate any type of Kazakh speech yourselves. We have conducted lots of work on medical AI, for instance, automatic brain tumor segmentation engines or chest X-ray classification systems. But in the world, outside of Kazakhstan, we are renowned for multimodal biometric verification. We create thermal data sets, event-based camera data sets, visual data sets for human faces and postures. And this way you can do different type of biometric tasks with them. And in recent years, we have become one of the first research groups in the world that combine augmented reality with artificial intelligence. We have created projects in the assistive medical area where we create memory augmentation systems using augmented reality. And at the same time, we are using it for industrial safety, in which we are improving industrial safety by doing gaze tracking of the industrial workers, and that way we provide them audio and visual warnings in case they divert their attention from the working machines. So this is in a nutshell what we do. I am very proud of our researchers' work because this is in Kazakhstan world-class research conducted by Kazakhstani researchers.
Thank you.
I want to switch to the next slide with the clicker, but I cannot.
Спасибо.
And now I would like to just have a look at the general landscape of machine learning and artificial intelligence in the world with examples from our research work. Everybody right now associates AI with big data. But actually there are four important aspects: big data and small data. And at the same time, data is slightly different than compute, how you process this data. And we have big compute and small compute. So small compute is how to deploy AI models in hardware which is consuming very little amount of power, such that you can just put them to wearable devices. For instance, our researchers from Nazarbayev University there on the upper left are holding a chip which is 3 grams, which can do speech recognition. At the same time, we work with AI single board computers and augmented reality devices. But on the other hand, we have the big compute. Big compute is AI servers in data centers, and it is exascale computing. In order to create very big models and deploy them nationwide, you need to have this type of infrastructure. Meanwhile, we have small data. For instance, right now there are billions of facial images in Facebook, but the amount of thermal images in the world is maybe 10,000, 20,000 images, and therefore it becomes very important to create these type of small data sets for specific domains and create machine learning algorithms tailored to process these. Another area is, for instance, brain tumor data sets. It is so costly to annotate these data sets that you just have only a few hundred samples, but our deep learning algorithms are useful when you have millions of samples. So this creates a very big research problem. And another area of small data is lower resource languages. For instance, in the internet, 46% of the data is in English language. Only 0.02% of data is in Kazakh language. Right now, the hype in AI research is large language models. In order to train large language models, you need lots of data. In English, it is easy peasy. You can simply go to Common Crawl, download the data set, and start training. For Kazakh, it becomes another challenge. And this is basically challenges of small data. And what do we mean with big data? Big data today is the large language models. ChatGPT is a product based on GPT-4, which uses a large language model. But it is already old. Right now, it is language vision models. Basically, you provide lots of textual data, image data, visual data, speech data, and others. You create a model that understands all of them, and instead of solving a single task, that foundational model, through human natural language, can answer many things. It can do question answering, sentiment analysis, translation, image captioning, and others. That is right now the end area of AI research of today. Now, next slide, please. What is coming next? Adil just told that we need to make predictions about 10 to 15 years, but believe me, I am in AI, and I would have never guessed the large language models will be this successful 4 years ago. And I have no idea what will happen in 4 years. I can tell you what will happen in the next 1-2 years, and that is this. This on the left side is Umay. Umay is a digital human prototype. She is our technology demonstrator for generative AI. She can speak with you in Kazakh language or English language. You will just speak to her for 1 hour and start thinking that she is a human being, real person. But actually, she is an Unreal Engine photorealistic avatar. In her brain is the OpenAI's ChatGPT, because these type of systems need their artificial minds. And you might tell that now you created something that can communicate in Kazakh. We do not need to create our own generative AI. Now I would like to delve into that a little bit. First, what is generative AI? It is any type of AI that can produce various types of content: text, imagery, audio, synthetic data. For instance, Midjourney service is a generative AI because it can generate images. ChatGPT is a service for generative AI because it can generate text. And for many researchers, including me, this marks the transition from the artificial narrow AI to artificial general AI. So artificial narrow AI is the AI we know. We solve a single task. Face recognition, that model does that. Spam email filtering, the model does that. Speech recognition, it does that. And right now in narrow AI, in more or less in all domains, we are beyond human performance. However, we still do not have artificial general intelligence. Artificial general intelligence means that AI will be able to do all the cognitive tasks a human being can do with great success. And that is coming, but we are not there yet. But in general, this type of generative AI is a general purpose technology with significant destructive creation potential. It is something similar to fire, speech, writing, steam engine, electricity, computers, and internet. And it will be very good for some people, very good, very bad for some other countries and people, because it will destroy some of the industries of today. In my opinion, in the forthcoming years, bots similar to Umay will replace many jobs in education, healthcare, social services, and many other areas. Basically, anything which is not based on physical human work, which is right now being replaced by robots anyways, but requires low-level cognitive skills, will be replaced by these type of bots. And in my opinion, countries need to create their own generative AI models, starting with large language models, for their digital sovereignty, cultural preservation, and economic competitiveness. Imagine you are in a country, Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan or Turkey, and all of your government officials are providing all of the documents to the ChatGPT such that they can fix it or get some advice on it. Soon, ChatGPT will be storing all of that data, analyzing it, and will know how your country operates much better than any bureaucrat in that country. Similarly, cultural preservation. All of these models work very well for the high resource languages, primarily English, and their performance is lower in low resource languages, for instance, Kazakh or another language. And then most of the people prefer to use them in English language and decreasing the usage of the national languages of those countries. Plus, all of these models have the mindset or the cultural opinion of the data they are trained with. For instance, ChatGPT is trained mostly with data from the United States, and it has its own cultural view which aligns with that country that might or might not align with Kazakhstan's or another country's viewpoint. And lastly, economic competitiveness. Lots of works will be done by these bots, by these large language models, language vision models, and you might just think that, hey, we will start removing employees and it will temporarily increase our economic competitiveness, but you will be depending to an external service. Eventually, the price of those services will start increasing, and in the worst case, in the case of some diplomatic problems, a country might get sanctioned and then you will lose your access to those type of services. And at that time, it will create a huge problem for a country. Considering all of these reasons and believing that artificial general intelligence is coming and generative models are the way to it, it is very important for countries to develop it. And what do we need for that? You just need big computational capacity, basically lots of graphics processing units in data centers, and skilled AI workforce. Hopefully, with my research team, in the forthcoming years, we will be working hard on creating these type of systems in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо большое, доктор Атакан, за вашу презентацию, за такую очень интересную,
Dr. Atakan, for your informative presentation, and I would like just to clarify, what do you think in the transparency of data and the collection of data modeling, how it can help to develop and implement the projects in the different kind of technologies in the sphere of AI? What are the main advantages or limitations in this sphere?
Anything with generative AI, you just need to use open source datasets, and the fundamental dataset is called Common Crawl. And Common Crawl is the whole internet text, public domain, collected every 3 months, and you can download that and start training your language model with it. And that's a great resource. But as I have shown it, for many languages, there exists only very limited amount of data in their native languages, and therefore the countries need to have their own efforts in the creation of open source datasets. Indeed, that has been one of the main objectives and missions of our institute. We have, for instance, created Kazakh speech corpus, and many international companies, Microsoft, Google, Tencent, and others, have downloaded it and started incorporating Kazakh language in their products and services. Similarly, lots of startups in Kazakhstan started using these data sets to create products and services with Kazakh language as well. So therefore, for countries, it is very important to have research institutes or big tech companies that are committed to open source data sets. But there are also significant limitations. For instance, when you are working with open source data sets, you can either use public domain data or you can collect data, but you cannot just enter to personal data of the citizens, because that would have some type of ethical issues. But believe me, all the major big companies are using personal data of the people, which are even closed by social media networks, and also they are buying lots of data from different companies. And since this cannot be done, the countries with no big tech and very highly established research institutes should focus on creating data lakes by their states where highly curated data is ready without compromising the citizens' privacy and security. However, that will be used for the training of high-end large language models and other generative AI models. Because one of the bottlenecks, as I told before, is the high computational needs. Another bottleneck is you need high amount of data, and for languages for which there is not that much data exist, you cannot afford not using some part of it. Then specific rules and regulations that protect the citizens needs to be developed such that all the data can be utilized.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо большое. Да, я от себя хотел бы добавить то, что даже мы вот...
Thank you. I would like to say that at the moment in our project in the AI sphere and the machine learning that we are implementing at the moment, we face that, yes, we are lack of models of data in Kazakh language. Yes, so that's why I am very glad that at the Nazarbayev University you are doing this job and you are developing AI, especially related to Kazakh language. Thank you very much. And I want to switch our session to the discussion part. So I would like to give the floor to our expert, international expert, Fuat Allahverdiyev. Fuat, taking into account your huge experience in the sphere of telecommunication and the other industries, you have a very rich experience in different directions and spheres. What do you think in the context of a global development of AI? We understand that, as you noted, we companies are opening in AI, and there are a lot of projects related to AI, but they are based on the basis of particular data centers, and the volume is increasing, and the infrastructure capabilities also should be increased. And in this term, I think the increasing number of infrastructure systems and the databases may affect our environment in as a whole to the human being. Could you tell your opinion? Thank you for your invitation to this discussion. Of course, we are discussing at the moment mostly it is very popular discussing the AI topics everywhere and its results because user when sees the results we are now working to ease the life of human beings. So that's why, but we have the other side of the coin that we mostly forget about it, and we do not discuss it. It is related to the environment, our environment. By increasing the popularity of the AI, we understand that we are now in industrial revolutions. We are now experiencing the technological revolution, and due to it, around the world, the rules of game is also changing. But successfully integrating the AI systems can be because of big data. So, in order to continue this cycle, I can just give example. In 2000, IDC company to provide the information that in the world there are only 1 zettabyte information, but according to the forecast by 2025, the volume of the information because of the technological and AI development will be 178 zettabyte information. It is very huge volume of information, and by the increasing of the volume of the information of the data, we have new challenges where we should storage this data, where we store this data, and the more data storage we build, the data storages, they consume more electricity there rather than other industries at the moment. So sometimes one data center can consume the amount of electricity that is equal to the one consumption of the electricity in one city. So we have to think about its effect on environment, on ecology. I would like to highlight that Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, they have a huge potential on renewable energy. So I think that by the increasing of the AI development, our region will become as digital hub for data centers, because big companies, when they choose the location for their data centers to place their data storage centers, first of all they will pay attention on cheap electricity, so renewable energy, because we can't build data centers and affecting our environment. Consequently, our region is very interesting for big companies, because geographically we are on the center of our planet between Asia and Europe, and as a result the natural conditions allow us to provide not only renewable energy sources, we can the solar system panels and other resources we have in Azerbaijan, in Kazakhstan. As an example that we are taking active participation in this world, the synergy of the AI and the challenges related to environment, I would say that recently they were in Dubai COP summit, and it was the event which was in the Guinness Records book, because there was the highest participation of the presidents of the countries. So that's why it is good that we have using possibilities using AI can facilitate our life, ease our life, but we have to think about the future of our younger generation, about their health, and it is also very urgent topic, and it was the message when in the world, like more than 100 presidents gathered together in Dubai. So there was, and next this summit will be in Azerbaijan, and it again proves that our region is very important, and all countries around the world have interest in them. So it allows us to build more databases in Azerbaijan in the future, and in perspectives I think that yes, we can make some contribution to our countries in Azerbaijan, in Kazakhstan, by developing AI technologies and integrating some kind of smart applications, doing some research, but globally we can such big companies as Google and Amazon, I think they will choose those regions where data centers can provide alternative renewable energy sources. And I see in the future this process, this technical revolution, we cannot stop. That's why the more AI will be developed, the more data will be collected and stored. My opinion about this is positive. Yes, the increasing the infrastructure and the demand in infrastructuring is increasing together with the increasing of the AI technologies and its development. That's why you are absolutely right that our region is very interesting, because of a huge potential for big vendors, for big players in this market who is dealing with AI, as Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, the Central Asian region. Now, in terms of placing the database storages is very attractive, and as you said, renewable energy we can provide, and also additionally I see that the competence all in the sector of the AI in terms of different countries, different institutions, as Professor Atakan mentioned. So we are glad that everything is interrelated and it is growing. It's very important that the competence also should be developed together with the technologies. Colleagues, if you have any questions to Mr. Fuat Allahverdiyev, please ask your questions. So in the format of discussion, you can ask your questions and we can make our panel more interactive. I just highlighted the data centers. Data centers, it is the part of this whole infrastructural development of AI. On the other hand, we understand that all AI development is developed for the people, for the sake of people's life. But if our mobile phones do not have full access to the internet, we cannot develop the AI. So that is another challenge. So I would like to highlight the two main directions. The first direction is related to saving the data and their storage, and the challenges are the environmental issues. And another one, how regardless AI development, that only 60% of the world population have access to the internet. 40% of the world's population, they do not have 100% access to the internet, because it is closely related to technical issues. Providing the mobile communication services, internet services, that is the second threat or challenge on the way of developing the AI. Because yes, we can develop the AI, but if the AI is not accessible for the person who is in somewhere in desert and he doesn't have any access to the internet, there is no meaning of developing AI for such kind of people. So AI should be developed not only for the to work only in cosmopolitan cities and in villages, on some rural areas where internet is low. AI can't work. So that's why, together with developing the AI, we have to also make some developments in terms of internet access. This process can affect to the transformation of telecommunications sector. We have to go from the classical understanding of the internet connection to the new technologies. I will not say I am not talking about only 5G technologies, but it is the continuation of the classical model that we have nowadays. In fact, the full the all population around the world, they have to easy access to the internet regardless where they are, on mountains, on the top of mountains, or in the city. So
наблюдаем политика всех крупных компаний, как SpaceX или самого Амазона, или Meta, или Google. Мы понимаем, что сейчас идет борьба для того, чтобы не просто борьба за границами стран, да, а борьба за влиянием доступа к конечному пользователю. Поэтому мы сейчас в очень интересное время находимся. Идет, с одной стороны, технологическая революция, связанная с искусственным интеллектом, но с другой стороны, она сама по себе повлияет изменения именно в телекоммуникационном секторе. Вот я бы сказал, что эра классического мобильного оператора уже заканчивается. Начинается уже другая эра, когда не будет таких классических мобильных операторов, они будут как контент-доставщики, а будущее за космической промышленностью. И в этом направлении, если посмотреть именно те разработки и те продукты, которые сейчас запускаются и идут исследования, мы понимаем, что в ближайшее время, когда мы дойдем той самой вершины, что космическая связь, она будет именно ценообразование доступно ко всему населению мира, в этом этапе, я думаю, что начнется следующая революция именно в индустрии искусственного интеллекта.
Да.
В конечном итоге хочу сказать, что мы сейчас накануне революции, связана, конечно, на базе искусственного интеллекта, который мы видим в конечном этапе, да? Но на самом деле за ним стоит революция по части дата-центров, связана с экологией и, конечно, связана с телекоммуникационным сектором. И здесь, конечно, произойдет большие изменения. Я думаю, что через определенное время мы поймем, что с рынка ушли очень много мобильных операторов, остались те, которые фокусировались на сервисах, на контентах, останется единственная, так сказать, единая связь. Не будет необходимости наземных передатчиков, когда наши мобильные устройства они будут доступны везде. Вот тогда, я думаю, что начнется другая революция.
Спасибо, да, Фуат, я с вами абсолютно согласен. То есть развитие искусственного интеллекта является драйвером. Да? Вопрос хотели задать? Ну, мы, в принципе, сессию вопросов-ответов, я думаю, что можем в конце этой панельной сессии как бы продолжить. Если у коллег есть микрофон, можете, наверное. Вот,
микрофон можно будет.
Ага. Ну, давайте тогда продолжим. В целом, да, искусственный интеллект...
Может, вопрос послушаем?
Давайте вопрос, да, если есть.
Да.
Коллегам.
На самом деле я хотел поддержать Фуата Алахвердиева, он очень компетентно рассказал, мне очень понравилось. Я просто немножко хотел развить в том плане, что сама инфраструктура цифрового контура, она состоит из цифровой пирамиды. Цифровая пирамида, она состоит из 4 частей. Сейчас мы обсуждаем верхнюю часть, вот нижняя часть, она как раз таки в Казахстане является самой такой актуальной. В нижней части находится инфраструктура сеть, то есть сеть состоит из оптоволоконной части, мобильные базовые станции, значит, спутниковые системы, тропосферная связь, ну и так далее. У нас получается то, что касается вот, для того, чтобы искусственный интеллект активно развивался, нужно решить вот именно вот эту транспортную среду, поскольку существующие, просто я немножко хочу в этом плане немножко развить, в том плане, что существующие транспортные сети во всех странах, ну в большинстве стран, они как бы строятся на GPON-сети, например, вот как в Казахстане или там, может быть, также и в Азербайджане. GPON-сеть, она рассчитана на одного инфраструктурного оператора, то есть все данные, которые собираются, они уходят в дата-центр коммерческих операторов. При этом сама система управления сетью, значит, Network Management System, да, так называемая, она как бы недоступна для крупных компаний, таких как, например, КПО. Они бы хотели, например, управлять этими данными, да, хотели бы машина-ту-машину использовать. Но так как у них нет доступа к управлению сети, у них нет возможности моделировать, прогнозировать и анализировать ситуацию. На втором уровне над инфраструктурой стоит инфраструктура хранения и обработки данных. Туда входят дата-центры, туда входят системы сервера, значит, там, где накапливаются данные. На третьем уровне, выше, идет уровень, значит, систем моделирования, прогнозирования, автоматизированной системы управления, которая, как говорится, там, где на самом деле происходит управление данными. И на самом верхнем уровне, то, что вот вы сегодня обсуждали, находится application, то есть те мобильные приложения и те, значит, системы, которые можно будет доступны для B2C через смартфоны. На сегодняшний день, если мы хотим на самом деле провести цифровизацию промышленности, цифровизацию отраслей экономики, да, и на самом деле вооружить наши предприятия возможностью управления данными, нужно вернуться, как говорится, к инфраструктуре. Инфраструктура, она на сегодняшний день, конечно, сама топология инфраструктуры, она не позволяет провести коренные какие-то изменения. Поэтому вот то, что Фуат говорил, я просто хотел немножко структурировать ему в этом плане, как говорится, оказать ему поддержку. Он очень правильно говорит. Спасибо.
Да, я с вами абсолютно тоже согласен. То есть, опять же, если мы вернемся к стандарту, например, ISO 14224, там, который также вот описывает то, что вы сейчас рассказали, то есть начиная с инфраструктурного уровня, который делится на как на сетевой уровень, на обработку данных, да, и заканчивая там application layer, да, так скажем. Соответственно, да, в Казахстане есть определенные моменты, связанные также с теми же датчиками для сбора информации, для в целом по передаче данных, да, то есть все эти моменты, конечно, есть, и это является вызовом, как вы сказали.
Ну вот сейчас появились современные системы последней мили, да, которые, в принципе, берут в аренду каналы и создают собственные сети, закрытые сети, блокчейн-сети с искусственным интеллектом. Они имеют такие опции, как по сбору данных, IoT-датчики, значит, там есть возможность биллинга, там есть возможность проводки финансовых платежей. То есть это блокчейн-узлы связи, которые между собой соединяются по закрытой защищенной сети. То То есть, ну, там на самом деле это вот можно обсуждать, вот как раз вот такие предприятия, как КПО, они именно туда должны идти, в промышленный Wi-Fi, Industrial Mesh сети.
Да, благодарю вас за вопрос, за комментарий, на самом деле очень полезно. Я думаю, что это как раз очень актуальный комментарий на этот счет. В целом, давайте дальше тогда продолжим наше с вами обсуждение. Я хотел бы передать слово вот господину Азизджону Азими, компания Zipul.ai, руководитель, генеральный директор компании. Я хотел бы у вас также уточнить, Азизджон, то есть в области искусственного интеллекта, да, мы знаем, что там существует очень много обсуждений, да, то есть касательно открытых источников, ну, как бы открытых данных, открытых моделей данных, да. Вот я хотел бы узнать, то есть в вашей компании именно к использованию открытых данных, вот как это с точки зрения, да, то есть используется, как это вот управляется и как вы этим целым, да, как вот условно говоря, открытые источники данных и открытые данные, как вы это применяете в своих проектах? Спасибо. Да, коллеги, начните, пожалуйста, презентацию Азими.
Отлично. Благодарю
Спасибо.
всех. Добрый день еще раз, коллеги. Надеюсь, у вас у всех энергия не иссякает. Уже конец форума после обеда. Надеюсь, достаточно доза кофе была, чтобы мы смогли с вами вот пройти эту панельную сессию. Еще чуть-чуть осталось. Я перейду на английский, коллеги, чтобы рассказать более подробно про то, чем мы занимаемся в Zipul и какой у нас вклад в мир AI. First of all, I want to begin by saying that I think Dr. Atakan made a fantastic presentation. The points he was making about foundation models, about LLMs, about the architecture are top-notch. And I think Nazarbayev University is very lucky to have you, doctor. So you give a very good framework for all of us to discuss. Let me tell you a little bit more about Zipul, folks. What do we do? What is our technology? If I can get started with the next slide.
Переключите, пожалуйста, на следующий слайд.
Next slide, please. To tell you more about Zipul, we are able to push AI algorithms to generate new insights, to generate new learnings. In the case of Zipul, we picked the problem of credit scoring, right? Credit scoring has been fairly straightforward for the past 5 decades. You have credit history, you have some application variables, you feed them into a model. What Zipul is doing is we're saying, okay, let's take a look at the graph on the left, right? It's a standard normal distribution. That's what most variables in credit scoring are. Right? They follow a normal distribution. Age of the customer, education, income, most of the samples tend to be around the median. Now, if you're feeding in normal distributed data into your credit scoring model, the model will automatically assume that the world will be normal. And if the world is abnormal, like it has been in the last 2 years, when you have record inflation, record interest rates, the model becomes very volatile. There's no logic that it can follow. So what is Zipul doing? You see on the right side. What Zipul does is, this is thanks to our R&D team that our CTO Shurad leads. Our R&D team is working on an algorithm that says, let me look at historical data, let me add macroeconomic variables, and let me take radical scenarios, 4 standard deviations away from the median, so-called black swans, right? Let me look at inflation that is extremely positive, extremely negative, and in between, and let me predict what will happen to the historical default rate if macroeconomic conditions are outliers. So essentially, we use synthetic data to generate outliers and add that on top of historical data. And this way, by adding outliers, we're able to add resilience to our models. And how do we know whether this works or not? Well, we always do backtesting. I'll skip a few slides for the sake of time. Here, whenever we approach a bank, we tell them, don't trust our beautiful words, trust the numbers. Let's plug it. Let's do a backtest, right? And in the backtest, they get to use out-of-sample, out-of-time validation of our synthetic data approach, and they get to check, does Zipul's approach add Gini or not? And if it does, we do a contract and move on. If not, then there's no partnership. So the idea is, we took something in R&D, which is predict outliers using macro variables, enrich your sample with those outliers, and deliver a ready-to-go credit scoring model across portfolio, whether it's SME, whether it's retail, auto, mortgage, etc. And the traction has been pretty good. I got to tell you that. So again, I'll skip a few slides. So far, we have over 30 banks globally working with us across now 11 markets. So, for example, we have a customer in Czech Republic, the biggest bank there. We have leading banks across Central Asia, including in Kazakhstan. Right now, the company is headquartered in Dubai. So I personally spend most of my time in DIFC in Dubai. We work with banks in UAE, Saudi, Egypt, Jordan, and we just entered Indonesia. which is a massive market opportunity, right? So there has been over $100 million that have been underwritten through Zipple with around 1% default rate. And we have quite a large portfolio lined up for us in the coming few years. And if we go to overall, our story, what I can tell you is that the company's been doing well. We raised initially pre-seed and seed rounds, a 2 million round, led by Tumar, which is World Bank and Kazakhstan government, Battery Road, which is a US venture fund, and Presto Ventures. And we just closed our bridge round, so it's led by CBI, which is an Emirati bank, Commercial Bank International. Also Tumar joined in, Plug and Play, and More Than Capital. So investors are coming in, we're already break even, and we're showing good traction. And I think when you look at the world of, the future applications of machine learning, my advice, right, my insight is that let's go beyond basic terminologies. We all have been talking about big data for 10 years, right? We've been talking about AI, IoT, machine learning. I mean, these phrases are boring at some point. Let's start thinking about how do we take these concepts that have been around for, a long time, and how do we actually come up with new synergies that solve real problems? Because using ML for the sake of ML does not bring you value in the long term, right? That's the hype cycle, it will die out. But if we use machine learning to change industries, for example, using synthetic data to build macro-resilient models, that's a lasting impact, right? That's something that can take the industry of credit scoring and move it to a different paradigm. And the last slide I'll show you is exactly what I just made as an argument, which is here. Traditionally, the world of credit scoring, right? There's trillions of loans underwritten globally, and those are done by credit scoring algorithms, right? You had FICO in the 50s, which is credit history. You had regression models in the 90s. Machine learning is not new. It's been around for over a decade. But now we believe applying synthetic...
Мы верим, что применяя такие данные, мы можем как бы привнести новые идеи и сделать это, то есть изменение может привести к изменениям парадигмы. Всем желаю отличной плодотворной работы, и поэтому...
На самом деле, да, вот...
Yes, Mr. Nazimi, it's very interesting approach. I think as John was he presented this as artificial intelligence and machine learning on the basis of historic data doesn't work, as I understood, and that's why in terms of the modeling the future situations, modeling of the predictive modeling, using the data, synthetic data is I think the potentially the wide range direction that we have to do learn. And next I would like to go to our colleagues from oil and gas industry, because we have different kind of experts, and one of the experts is Karachaganak Petroleum Company, and he's modeling the technologies in oil and gas sphere. Amir Duspayev. Amir, I would like to ask you, as Karachaganak Petroleum Company is one of the companies which invest in the digitalization sphere, and consequently I would like to ask you, taking into account your experience of your company, what are the main advantages of analyzing of the data process to optimize the oil and the gas sector? What's your insights? What's your experience? Maybe you will share methodology of machine learning in your experience in your company. Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Can you just switch on my slides, my presentation? Karachaganak is one of the biggest oil and gas company in the world. It is on the top It is one of the complicated in the geological part and in technological in mining company. So to digitalize our company, the mining industry, we need and digitalizing the company, we use a lot of technologies, and I will talk about about the analysis of the high level analysis. Our colleagues yesterday talked about the low level analysis. Can you go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Can you join? Yeah. Can you change the clicker, please? Sorry for technical issues. Amir, yeah, does it work? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. We are here, as you can see, on the top point. This is our stair of the digitalization of the oil and gas sector. We automated the main systems. We see the data in the real time from the well. Not all the data, but all wells that were drilled since 2010. We automated the main working process and the calculations. The next step is data analysis and integration of these data. Data analysis is taking place with the help of the visualization, and our result is the machine learning and analysis. And we have to integrate the algorithms of machine learning to solve the complicated problems. Today I'm going to show you our piloting project. Due to the lack of data in our Karachaganak petroleum company, it is very difficult oil field, so that's why we try to collect data from different sites. So that's why we are lack of data to fully digitalize our process. We also made observation of the inefficient working processes, and we divided it in prediction sector and effectiveness and providing the stability of the flow of data. Today I will focus on the data. We have the engineers in our company who have a lot of destructured data, many events on the oil for day per 6 months. That's why we integrated the parser and how forecasting takes place about forecasting process takes place about 8 hours, and the 8 hours our engineers spent 1 working day to forecasting process. And it is the first project of the intellectual processing of data, of unstructured data. As I told you before, engineers, they have different Excel files, data in Excel files, in reports, and in different folders. So that's why this unstructured data should be collected, should be parsed, and it is the ELT process, extract load process, and we extract this data, and then we do some parsing process, and then we structure it through the instruments, and we use the intellectual searching system, and on the below corner you can see structuring the data, and engineer can see all the data on the oil well, what happened per day or per month, in order to quickly respond. Amir, sorry, as I understood, in terms of challenges from this project KPO company, before this project, what were the indications before you started the project, and can you tell us give us comparing data? Yes, after integrating, we have RF process where engineer, for example, should come in the morning, observe all the data to be aware of the events that happened on the oil well. And as I told you, we have 150 wells in our company, 150 wells, in order to process all data during the night. Yes, as a professor from Nazarbayev University said, yeah, we have Kazakh language, data in Kazakh language, technical Kazakh language, and so we parse it, and then we process this data in Kazakh language, and it will be structured automatically. The engineer can save his time in order to structure, to find this data and download this and make forecasting. We store it in one place, in one website, and it is very easy, comfortable for engineers. So you decrease the time of processing. No. The next one is, I can tell the results. We integrated the semantic search of data. We also have data from the oil pipelines, and we have the factory. So we want to also integrate the language modeling, machine learning, to understand semantically the text, and we want to integrate with the help of Google Bart or ChatGPT. Our colleague will in detail tell this process. The next model is, as it was before mentioned from our participants, we have the model of the oil well, and we don't have, for example, the enough data. Consequently, we tried to take the all data and upload to the model, but we didn't have any matching. After that, we embedded proxy model, as you can see in my slide, model based on the physical principles. We tested it with a million scenarios on physics, and on different scenarios we elicited the data and made the machine learning, and then we got the result. This proxy model based on the physics, not real data. And when we forecast, we enter the data on gas purchase and on customers purchase. After that, on these scenarios, we could decrease the time from 8 hours to 1 minute. Within this model, we limited our model only by physical side, like physics. Here we tried to, you can see the X and the Y. It is the volume of oil that we extract, and we use a different kind of algorithms, and you see them now. We, after the process of machine learning, we found out that we are lack of data to forecast our process in the future. Anyway, but based on the data that we had, we can see the favorable features of the matching. Machine learning got the physical model and get the results. Thank you. Thank you for these kind of cases. I think from the business side, it can be very advantageous for business processes and increasing the oil extraction, and it can decrease some expenditures that you spend to other spheres. And I think in the near future it can give you a big advantages for the businesses, and the business obviously see these advantages, and I hope that next year we will see bigger results on your process, on your digitalization process. Thank you. The next presentation will be delivered by, as Amir mentioned, within this project, a company DirectNet participated in this project. The general director of this company, Salamat Kabdolov, is here. Salamat, I want just to clarify, in oil and gas sphere, using the AI elements or machine learning, how do you see the perspectives of using AI and machine learning in oil and gas sphere? And what experiences do you have? Please, can you share your insights? Thank you. Thank you. We started working developing our project in the Karachaganak Petroleum, and KPO is ready to experiment because many companies they did not decide to use such kind of AI elements, but due to KPO, we started to feel the industry. We deepened to the industry, and at the beginning we didn't know we didn't know about statistics, and we didn't have any clear understanding of that. And now we understood that we can find new ideas every year if we do research. And yeah, so I would like to know that KPO give us opportunity to implement our projects with the elements of AI, and helped us to promote and to cooperate with other oil and gas companies. Gaining this experience in KPO, we are now working with other companies as well, as machine learning, deep learning, and AI will be developed furthermore in the future, because now maybe in Kazakhstan the main industry is oil and gas industries, but in the Western countries, maybe you heard that there is an era of green tech technologies. The policy of energetic sector is changing. The Western countries, they are going to implement the green technologies. Now the number of students who choose the oil and the gas sector is decreasing. What does it mean? The number of people who graduate the university in oil and gas sector will be decreased. On the other hand, it means that the quality of the engineers will be low, but the quantity of data is increasing day by day, and the data collection process is increasing. And every day from one oil well is generated 1 terabyte data, but we have people, specialists, who can process this data. And we decided and we understood that working with the KPO,
решать задачи уже недостаточно. Нужно подходить системно, разрабатывать платформу с применением искусственного интеллекта. Но нужно очень сильно упрощать работу инженеров, в том числе экономия время, в том числе разгружая от всяких рутинных задач, как вычетка десятков отчетов, да? Вот. И поэтому мы думаем, этот сектор будет только сильно развиваться. И я попытаюсь на простых словах объяснить, что мы делаем и какую ценность приносим. Так. Вот. Наша платформа имеет элементы искусственного интеллекта. Почему он нужен, я раскрою далее. Но основная задача – это верификация данных. Как спикеры ранее упоминали, AI – это верхний уровень. Да? Самый базовый уровень – это инфраструктура. После инфраструктуры идет данные. Но если качество данных слабое, то на нем не построишь никакую хорошую модель, на нем не построишь искусственный интеллект. Он будет, можно сказать, делать предикцию, которая не нужна никому. И поэтому мы делали всегда упор на точность данных, на понижение их погрешностей. Вот. Давайте сразу к применению придем. У нас есть модуль NeuroNet, мы его часто предлагаем нашим клиентам. Но в начале пути, в 2019 году, когда мы основали, когда мы были на пике энтузиазма, Мы думали, что если раскроем машинное обучение, deep learning для индустрии, все схватятся за нас. Но мы столкнулись с таким скепсисом, ну, говорили, I don't want to listen to this bullshit, да, прямым текстом. И двери перед нами закрывались. Но в силу того, что все-таки в этом направлении пошли первые продвижения, и молодые специалисты начали приходить на ключевые позиции, парадигма сменилась. То есть уже по старинке не хочется работать, не хочется копаться в данных, да, не хочется открывать бумажный журнал и вычитывать полгода данных. И нам пришлось, в начале пути мы объясняли просто про нейронную модель, что это универсальная вещь, что можно применять на тысячи задач. Но когда ты не раскрываешь суть, очень трудно это объяснять. И мы придумали одно применение, это Virtual Flow Metering. Это что означает? Вот, предположим, в частности, в нефтеместорождении нужно измерять поток смеси, да, нефть, газ, вода. Это вроде бы звучит так, вроде бы поставил счетчик и все должно измеряться. На самом деле это нетривиальная задача разделять фазы. Тем более они могут, например, газ может меняться в жидкость, жидкость может меняться в газ. И вот эти изменения надо отлавливать. Особые условия надо рассматривать. Но надо опираться на исторические данные. И много параметров надо. То есть, если посмотрите на диаграмму, по движению в трубе уже кондиции могут меняться. И поведение каждой скважины тоже очень сильно меняется. Что делает нефтянка в этом плане? Почему не быстро?
Why doesn't the technology adapt this quickly? Because each field, each well has its own character. So this is where you should individually look at things, and also why neural net has come. Why has it come to? The tools have a habit of breaking down. Yeah, 6 months in, it's all broken and we become paralyzed. And you just use the previous data, historical data, but at the same time, at this very time, the flows could be changed. So we do have a task as to, even if the tool is broken, you still have to measure the flows. This is when the neural net has become quite successful. As you can see at the very bottom on the right hand side, when you see these waves, the blue dots are the measurements of the wells, well flows. The orange ones is what the neural net, the virtual measurement, the virtual flow meter. For like 1,000 wells, you can have 10 models trained and get the effect as if you had 1,000 flow meters. Yes, so all of this helps us save a lot and increases the data redundancy. Okay, let's keep moving. The clicker is not working again. Sorry. Where do I point the clicker? There we go. Okay, this is how our platform interface looks, our neural net looks like. The model is being created. Over there, the model settings is where the brain, let's say, is being set up. As to we set up the size of the brain and what scale of information is going to be processing, all of this being loaded over there, and that's when the signal kicks in. Whenever the signal kicks in, you see the blue line and the red line. Yeah, the red line is what the virtual flow meter is measuring, and the blue one is the actual data. So it's very, very high accuracy data. You see. So this project has been implemented in KPO as well. I'll add up on this later. Right here we we've seen how machine learning, all of these scenarios are being, let's say, run in only 2 minutes. In like a week time, you could generate about 10, many, more than 10 scenarios of mining. So a revolution in Omir's rooms has taken place, yeah, but an insight hasn't kicked in, yeah, awareness from like 2 weeks to 2 minutes. Oh, wow, that's crazy, yeah. So we could be kind of, it's an increase, it's an absolute amazing time savior. We could just be so, we could declare that it's a revolution. It helps us be prepared for any kind of situation. Let's say Kataka was closed, one of the load stations was closed. What do? You can't just simply switch off the production. We have to come up with a way so that the process doesn't stop, but the production lowers. Usually we work on increasing the production, but this time we have to cut on production, let's say, and we have to be able to quickly react to these kind of scenarios. Let's say previously the decision makers would request some sort of info and wait for 2 weeks, whereas now they can only wait for like max 30 minutes and get a response. Salamat, thank you for such an insightful speech about what exactly was done and how does this benefit of development of this specific sector. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce our Smart Cars Global company, Aidar Sadikov. He does have experience in machine learning training in one of the largest oil operators in Kazakhstan. And Aidar, I've heard that you have experience in using machine learning in your own company in South African Republic. From this perspective, can you please evaluate on your experience and what were the results, how applicable was this, and maybe you can share about your path as to how have you come to this. I think that's going to be of interest to the audience. Thank you. Thank you, Amir, for such an interesting question. I welcome everyone. I'm greeting you all. Obviously, I understand it's quite hard to be performing as the last one. Everyone's tired. Yeah, everyone's already exhausted. It's the end of the day. Let me just give a bit of a storytelling story. How does AI affect me and my personal life and my life choices? Yeah, can I have the slides on, please? Right. Let me start from like far. When I was a kid in the 1990s, I grew up in a village, and me and my grandfather, we were watching TV and we were seeing so many Japanese people somewhere in Tokyo going on strike. That's what we saw on TV. They were being replaced by the robots. Everything was about the automatization. My grandfather was there, and he was like, "My dear grandchild, you have to be the one who does these kind of things." And he planted this seed in me. And that's how it started. So I chose this degree for me, and I went studying it in all over. I've graduated my uni. I graduated uni in my bachelor's was in this, and I went to work for one of the top 3 automatization companies in the world, and that's how my story started. I started traveling all over the world, taking part in different projects, Germany, England, India, and everything was great and cool. I liked everything. Everything was amazing, and so on and so forth. We would automatize everything. Yeah, everything was, let's say, cool. Until we came to a project in Kazakhstan, to a very large field. It's a plant, yeah. It was projected and architected, designed in different countries, on different platforms in the world, and it was programmed over there, yeah. But then it was brought to Kazakhstan. They assembled it. Let's say 5 large plants would join into one, and there was like a large fuck up. All of these models wouldn't be able to communicate with each other, and the plant it was impossible to make this happen, to turn it on, and everyone was panicking. The client was there like panicking and worrying, and what happened was the case that the client did give everyone a different task. And when we compared it all, we've seen that we all have different versions, and everything is like lighting in red, everything's signaling, nothing is working, everyone's panicking. It's like a multi-billion project. Yeah, so there was nothing we could do. And then, as it goes in the joke, you know, in every joke, we go to USA and we invite a very famous specialist from the US, and he would stay there for a few months, and he would say like, oh guys, it's impossible to change, you have to reassemble all of this. And then the Indian guy comes saying, no, it's too complicated, it's impossible to fix this. Next we have our R&D center, the main office of R&D is in Cairo in Egypt. Then they sent one Arab guy, Muhammad, he's a scientist. He's a little weird, and he's just walking all around there and checking all the data, and I was attached kind of to him so that I assist him, and he was like quietly doing things, and then he says, yes, we can fix it. We have a program. It is now still in its development stage, but we could run this. And we do like a large staff meeting, and we talk to our clients saying, okay, you know, there is no choice, there is no exit. Let's at least try this. What if it helps? And then we collect data with this guy for like 2-3 months, and then he runs this program, this machine, and he uses all the programs we have, and there's many of them. And in like 1 second, things turn green, all of the communication happens, everything starts working, everyone's shocked, we all start applauding, everyone's like, wow. And whenever I go into detail about this, and that's when I have this kind of shock, and something happens to me, and then I ask Muhammad, I said like, what happened? What did we do? And he said, I wrote a program that writes programs, that I coded a code that kind of writes codes, and we have rewritten everything in the code. And I was like literally speechless. I thought I was the one who automatizes. Yeah? But no one or nothing is going to automatize me. That's when I understood that my career, you know, my job, my profession has come to an end, and I realized I need to do something else. And I was like literally speechless. I was shocked, and I was like, oh my God, people like me are not needed in the future anymore. We took like about 5 years to program things in hundred of programs, hundred of IT people would do it for like 5 years, and then he did it in a few minutes. And then he would show me how does he do some of the things, and he shows me the USB with all of the access on a global database and some programs. And when I run it, that's when I make a decision as to, I'm gonna quit working for someone. I'm gonna go and start my own company. It says if you cannot win the bad guys, become the leader of the bad guys. So that's what I decided to do. And whenever in the process of those negotiations, I get a client in South African Republic. It's like a small project, a sea field, a plant which is located in the sea. They had a problem that they were not working for the 4 months. The project is stuck, and someone has to help to catch up and include. And me and my small team, we go to South Africa, and we are being allocated all sorts of resources, and we were able to catch up all of the lacking points, and we even finished 2 months earlier than the deadline. And that's when I used what I was given by Mohammed. And at the very end, let's say I wasn't quite clear about what am I doing, but I was just following the manual, the skills. So thank you. That's what I'd wanted to say. Thank you. It was quite interesting about your experience. How have you come to this? On one side, for you, it was quite interesting. So about your future, what would you like to do in your future about informational technology and artificial intelligence? I think it was quite interesting. It was the best case, yeah? It was best case scenario. So thank you so much for such an insightful speech.
Today, colleagues, we talked a lot about in terms of research in our institutions, how it develops, integrating the AI. We talked about in terms of industry and the building the AI technologies in synthetic data. So because also we discussed topics related to oil and gas sector, and the Republic of Kazakhstan is one of the leaders in raw materials production, like the oil and gas sector. So the experience of Cape Karachaganak Petroleum Organization shared the experience, like you said, like how you decrease the time of processing from 8 hours to 1 minute. So it was a great achievement. And if we do not provide necessary materials or raw materials, any kind of materials in the supply chain, it can lead to additional problems. So that's why we have to integrate AI to improve our process. Timur Akhmetov is here. He is the director of supply chains in Caucasus and Kazakhstan. So what is your opinion about machine learning and AI in KPMG? So could you please share your experience, your insights in your company? Thank you very much. Thank you, Adil. I'm glad to welcome all of you here in this platform. Thank you that you are still here. I understand that it is difficult to stay here till the end. I'm a last speaker. I will start from the marketing part. So let me tell about our KPMG experience. We have the management of supply chains. We provide the consultation services in Central Asia and the Caucasus region. And we have also invited some specialists from industry. Also, we have the experts. We have close collaboration with the international associations. If we talk about the service that we provide, how we can calculate the potential cases of applying the machine learning and in providing or management of supply chains, our services consist of digitalization solutions. We talk about, we can say that automation is a very important process in supply chains in developing the targeted operational models. And I highlighted here 4 spheres that will be the subject of applying machine learning that we can't see in our region. But in general, I hope that in the world there are some cases where machine learning is used, and this is the food for thought from today's platform for startups and other businesses to integrate their machine learning process. The 4 directions. It is the digitalization of the supply chains and the management of supply chains. It is starting from automation to imitating the modeling of supply chains and planning and the management of storage to maintain. So we have to take and keep the right amount of our stores. And the logistics, next sphere is so management of normative and informational resources, of technical resources. So if we have the correct resources, technical resources, so it will provide us the correct work of our system. And how we calculate these tendencies and the potential application of machine learning. From the last year, we started such kind of promotion, and we started the survey among the managers in our company, and we questioned about 40 companies, and most of the companies, they are working on mining sphere. We have an oil and gas sector, retail, energy, utilities. And the last outlook was dedicated to crisis events and their effect on supply chains. And this year we are transforming to the topic what is to forecast the future crisis, and how to what extent the companies are ready to forecast the future risks and prevent them. That is the planning. Using the right algorithms of machine learning, we can plan of predicting and forecasting the future risks. And machine learning sphere that our respondents in their questions answered that highlighted of improvement. They said it's not correct planning of the needs. And we say there's analysis of the inner demand. We can divide the demand like the inside demand that is focused on the supplying the all necessary equipments of our factory, and the outside demand is the demand from our customers. And difficult logistics, some delays in supply chains, lack of containers, and so on. These problems were highlighted during the survey and the questionnaires among the companies in the sphere of mining and oil and gas. Also, they suggested they have to work on decreasing the expenditures, and by the results of the survey, we can see that they prove they are not ready for the future risks, potential threats, and those people which had enough stores in their company, they could manage any kind of needs in critical situations. But the situation is changing, and we understand that without data analysis or without any the high technological instruments, we can't perform the operational system, and the operational system would not work. So digitalization of the industries is important, and we shouldn't forget about that. We have to supply them with the technical equipments, and planning it is very important in this, in providing the continuous work of any industry or company. And they said the reporting, the low level of reporting and the quality of data was very poor. And during the crisis, they said the deficit of the materials, the high prices of logistics, and using traditional methods of planning is not effective now. And the companies after post-COVID period, they start increasing their all supplies and stores. And the companies try to control the all supply chain process, and they have widened the involvement of the local partners in, we can say, the development of micro chains of supply and the local supply chains. And one of the main skills is being able to use analytical tools to analyze the data, and they are not satisfied with planning system, planning methodologies, technologies. And interesting use cases are, we think that using machine learning in logistics, huge logistic operations as FedEx and DHL, UPS, I think in the future it is optimization of the roads in real time, and to communicate with our consumers and with our clients in the level of last miles, forecasting the demand and preventing the risks and mitigating the risks, and supporting the quality of our service for our clients. And the continuous improvement, we understand, we see that machine learning works on the database, so that's why we all the time have to improve and enlarge our databases, synthetic data, in order to improve our models. this is the end of my presentation, and now we have a CPO outlook for 2023. We will continue it till the end of February. If you are interested in, and if you are interested in supplying or purchasing, or your colleagues are leaders in this sphere, we are inviting you to the questionnaire. Please, based on your answers, we can track the trends and we can identify the most important elements of using AI and machine learning. Yes, you can take photo and share with your colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. So supply and the change direction is all the time topical and important, and using the machine learning and the AI has a great potential in this sphere. And we see that the main task is when we build the classifications and we have to take out on the features of each company as KPO and the other oil and gas companies. It's very topical question, and so I think also with Nazarbayev University you can to collaborate on identifying, as you said, the Kazakh names of some goods that you mentioned, and I think our colleagues from Research Center of Nazarbayev University can collaborate with you to help you in order to integrate the AI in supply chains. The spheres are very interrelated. Colleagues, I am sorry that we didn't keep the time limit, but on the other hand, I understand that our session is it covers all different spheres. So thank you for your time that you are here still. If you don't have any questions, please, I will ask. I will start my Adiljan. Azimjan, let's start from you. In terms of the ethical part, Azimjan, what do you think using open data? Is it ethical, and are there any standards of using open data? Are there any regulatory legislative norms? Yes. As our professor said, so I am also the representative of AI in Tajikistan. I'm in the ministry bodies. So together with us, with the ministry, we developed the strategy related to AI, and one of the in Central Asia, there are 5 countries who have the all common principles of regulating AI, and we know we need regulations. It is in the initial stage. We can regulate AI data processing parts, but let's develop together with our countries, and we have to know how we can use these open data and how we can validate them. Before integrating the AI, we have to have the back tests and out of samples. For example, government wants our
and artificial intelligence. Which one will benefit most?
All right, this is a very good question. In my opinion, one of the areas where Kazakhstan is already using machine learning successfully in very many different spheres is fintech. And in that area, I see lots of opportunities. And completely on the other hand, I think that Kazakhstan's economy is based on extractive and mining industries and oil and gas. And today we have seen extremely good examples of utilization of machine learning for those spheres as well. In my opinion, in the future, Kazakhstan might find this niche as an area of expertise, focus on it, and create its own startups and bigger tech companies, and focus on this.
Спасибо. Thank you very much. Господин Фуат, я хотел тоже задать вам вопрос.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fuad. I'd like to address my question. If we are to look at AI on a global level, we understand it's an eternal, it's like an endless era that can keep developing and developing. But in relation to this, what do you think? How do you think? Is it going to be the case that the era of AI will cause some sort of risks for humanity, some risks and threats for human beings, for humanity and all, for human intelligence, yeah? For its development, for human capital, for human intelligence. Thank you. Yes, my opinion is that in the world, what's happening in the world, there's like a technological transformation. It's inevitable, and obviously, no matter how against are we to this, and no matter how we try to regulate and control this, there are some things that are happening organically. We could draw an analogy how at the times in the UK they used in England, whenever in industry people switched to cars. All of that was faced with lots of revolutions, with lots of resistance, and people would burn the plants and would set up fires because they were the ones substituting human beings. I think it's inevitable, obviously, but human beings, people are going to adapt to this in the new realities. I think that's exactly going to happen when we achieve, as I previously mentioned, in terms of telecommunication, when all of these services are going to be fully available to all people, all groups. So when 100% of people are going to be online. But how is this going to happen? We are going to be some sort of biological indicators, right? So time will show. I think it is inevitable. Thank you for your view, Amir. I'd like to know your opinion as a business representative. I think it's very important for our sectors as a separate sector of economy, which brings a huge impact and to our budget and for our country's well-being, prosperity. What do you think? We do understand that the stocks are obviously going to be enlarged and calculated, but at the same time we do understand that our subsoil, whatever we have, oil, gas, are going to be, less and less day by day. So in your opinion, do you think we can use artificial intelligence in looking for additional stock and to look for new reserves of our mineral reserves? Yes. As I said, the data, information is the new oil, yeah? Starting from the seismic, whenever we start researching and exploring, up to the data of extraction of the oil and the final end result. Our digital copy helps us to get more telemetrics to cover the whole data, so that we have more data when effectively processing the oil fields. The coefficient of productivity will increase. I'd like to add something, because in fact we are coming to an interesting moment when an era of black gold is changing, switching to a digital gold. I think this terminology is going to be much more popular in the future. I think it's going to be quite interesting for the next forum, in the next forum, and we could discuss it. Aydar, I know that you've spoken about this today. I know about your experience that you mentioned today, that you spoke about separately, about how you've come to this and what kind of people have you met on your path, especially in terms of people as a person that you met from Egypt, Cairo. What do you think? Many years have passed since then for our country, for your surroundings, among you, people who are around you, for our specialists. Has that generation increased and grown that can complete all of this without external people, coming from abroad? Have we already reached that level of competency that we had like 10-15 years ago? Do you think we can do it on our own without inviting specialists like Mohammed, the one you mentioned? Let me be brief, yeah? Why is machine learning and AI are quite quickly being implemented in fintech and retail? It's because the young generation of leaders has changed quite quickly. They make decisions quickly and they are quite open to the technology. That's why these sectors have been developing quicker. Traditionally, the production areas have been quite slow because it's people of older generations, and whenever there's a new application, young guys with new technology would have no idea. Those guys would have no idea how does this work, and they wouldn't be open to these new decisions, and they wouldn't make these decisions. That's why on a technological sector, new technologies such as AI and ML would be very slow in implementation, and for many people of those elder generations have now retired, and they've let new specialist youngsters work, and this causes more startups, more young projects, and our country is the one who has lots of younger generation. We have lots of programmers who are very effective. I've worked with the Germans, with the Indians. I've worked with Jewish people, with Israelis, and I can adequately say that our programmers our IT specialists are very quality specialists. They are quickly working and improving on that. So it's an advantage of our country, our specialists, our people. They should be encouraged and motivated, they should be supported. It's also, apart from people's generations or age, it's corruption, yeah? Also, when I came to Kazakhstan, I started encouraging new corruption, and I would always be asked for, like, a bribe. I'm such a principal, my principles are very strong, so I've never ever taken part in corruption. I've never given any sort of bribes. So it's a pain that this pain is slowly moving away, fading away with new young people because of that, because of their input. Thank you so much for your comment. It's quite trendy, yeah, quite important. Timur, my other question is about supply chain management. With my business colleagues, as we now have an active AI implementation to the production, but at the same time we do understand that for us to be producing necessary things in the necessary time and necessary capacity volume.
And we would need additional processes such as buying, procurement. We don't want those processes to lag behind. So do you have this understanding where supply chain right now, and is it ahead or is it lagging behind? So do you have any idea where you stand right now? And if I were to talk about the trends in the region, so I think from the application point of view, from the development of machine learning tools point of view, so what we see now, so companies are not ready by themselves. So both from the quality of data point of view, and this is what we've been talking about for a long time, and we would need a certain amount of work as far as normalization is concerned, so we would be able to introduce machine learning model and AI learning models. And another aspect is that we do help when it comes to normalization, so we do have this reference of data, and this is interesting, and while using machine learning, we help to normalize the data. So what we do, and we do all sort of hierarchical qualification on the basis of machine learning, and this is how we help to normalize data in the company, and then that data can be used in the fields that I already listed. And yes, as far as the planning of demand is concerned, as far as regulating the necessities are concerned, and transportation needs, etc., etc. And as we pointed out already, the trend is what we need to do. It's important to let the companies in. It's important to let those competences in. I would say that it's important to develop those competences. So either we would need to attract data scientists by us, or another thing is, and what we are witnessing already, so we've got this trend, and this is the companies, many industrial companies, they already following this trend, and there is already this competence involved. And another important factor is acceleration of startups and etc., etc. And that does help us not only
does it help us in industrial matters, it also does help us in matters related to supply chain on the basis of various pilot projects on industrial sites and the acceleration programs and Tea Garden. That is something they are about to launch, and that this does stimulate the appearance of advanced models for artificial intelligence in our production. So I think that hopefully these trends will maintain. Hopefully we will have competences in our companies so that everything will be closer to our target level, to our international level, and this way we will be able to take advantage of the improved efficiency. So thank you very much. Salamat, the question to you. So you already pointed out the number of challenges that you face, and the challenges that you face internally, and the fact that there is this denial. So at the beginning people deny changes, and then people adapt to changes, and then people start using some elements of artificial intelligence when working. So what do you think should happen in your industry? What should happen so this would be something by default? So this would be something undeniable, so no one would be able to ignore that, so everyone would be able to use that. So what things should happen? So in reality, so this is not one change that should happen, so this should be a series of changes, and just the way people think and the way people perceive things. And I think these options, and if we have the people who extract minerals, we should expand the borders, expand the limits. And the main limits is the one that we have in our heads. So production is still going on and everything is working on the paper. And what's the point of promoting this further? So this is how people think. Why should I risk the production? And this thought, I think it has the right to exist, but at the same time we will lag behind. And what we see now, I think this promotion, and this is not done by the company, this is something that is done by people. And we have this image that we have formed whereby we have this certain avatar of our main client. So there are some exceptions to the rules, and let's say we have a data set, and let's say we observe this pattern, and let's say we have this machine learning, and this is something that we apply in our business world at minimum capacity. So for example, the applied part, and I'm talking about applied part, so you would have an idea what I'm talking about. So ideal customer portfolio, if we were to form that, so that would be petroleum engineer, and this is the person that works with the data, and a girl. So typically this is the girl. So this conclusion, this is not an intuitive one. And why this is happening this way? It turns out that there is this division of labor, and division of labor especially when extracting minerals. So men are working in the field, they gather all the data, and women, they typically analyze that data. And for such products, and when we were explaining this stuff about our products, so women are better at understanding stuff, and they are able to proceed millions and millions bytes of data, and those are the women who do that. And an important thing is, and if there is an engineer who comes up with an initiative, so no manager should stop them. So they should have this space for creativity. And I would like to thank Norboa for such an approach. So they were eager to experiment, and they were eager to work with the sandbox. And as a result, all of those projects, they became successful ones. So thank you. And I think there are some noises in somewhere nearby. So yeah, thank you, dear colleagues. So in reality, so this was a very intense and very prolific and interesting meeting. So would you give the mic to our colleagues? Да. Yeah, 7 минут. Есть.
Thank you very much. We heard some speakers. I just wanted to add that we were talking about the infrastructure, but we did not clarify that there are some side effects. So the main side effect of that is that we have total digitalization, and we have digital autism with children. We're playing with B2C, and we think that it's the digital transformation. But with regards to the greed, I think it relates to other things. If we go deeper into artificial intelligence, for that we need to look at this from a different perspective. So B2C sector, smartphones, they work on they're accepting this signal, 5G, 4G, and I represent American company, our network. Their industrial Wi-Fi, it works for transferring information. So you need to send information and transfer information. All the deposits, fields, they have IFT sensors. The sensors are designed to transfer information. So we need to go into that area. So if we talk about digitalization, if we want machine-to-machine development, we need to implement different technology in terms of infrastructure. So if speakers are interested, I can give you more details about the systems that allow to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comment. We need to take that into account as well, yes. I think our meeting is coming to an end, and it was very interesting. I hope that you liked it, and I'd like to thank our tremendous great speakers who provided a wealth of experience. I think their report, each of their reports was valuable and useful to you to get new knowledge and to think about if you're already in this business, maybe you could develop it more. You could develop AI in your company, maybe. You could develop the industry. So thank you for this participation. Thank you very much, colleagues. We look forward to seeing you here next year, Digital Almaty 2025. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye-bye.
Да, давайте сделаем.